Okay, folks, good morning. Happy Sunday morning to those of you that are in this part of the world that are asleep. What do you do on the weekend? Sleep in. That's a waste of time. No, I'm up and at 'em at 5 a.m. and by the time I have breakfast, and in this case, take some headache medicine, I'm a little under the weather. And I think I just didn't have enough water yesterday, so had a big old thing of water this morning, and hopefully we'll pick up the pace a little bit. But let's. One thing that happens to me now that didn't used to happen is if I wake up with a headache, it's a lot harder when I'm like laying down than I am standing up. And that just did not happen, but man, I feel like I've got more pressure in my head if I'm some form of horizontal. So I don't go to bed with a headache. I usually am better off being awake. Anyhow, enough of that. So yesterday we were extremely productive, even though it doesn't look like I got a lot done. It did involve a lot of hours, so we finally based and sealed the T-34s that we've had sitting there for a while. And let me rotate, of course. Let's rotate this. There we go. It does defaults to being backwards for some ridiculous reason. And these are actually 176 scale from SHQ and Skytrex. And we finished because these guys had very little on them. The Panzer IIIs from Plastic Soldier Company, which are a large 172nd. But, you know, they're war game figures, so these are a little on the large side, these are a little on the small side. And one thing I've tried to do is I try to keep them on the same size bases. So some of my earlier Panzer IIIs were on this base, that's why there's hardly any kind of overhang on them. And there's lots on the T-34, because I've got T-34s that are on this side stand, so I don't know if it makes much of a difference, but I just wanted to stay consistent if I can. It was either that or base it sized on the vehicle, and I don't want base sizes, all kinds of different sizes. I do want them on bases for transport, even though they're kind of, they're not very big. But one of the nice things about it is the spare part of the shim I keep. And here's one of the spares that I have. And the Opel Blitz trucks fit right on them. So, perfect fit. And I've got 3 of those that are up next. So the plan is we're going to dry brush these in the Panzer Gray. We're going to give them a wash with the Agrax Earthshade, and while that's drying, we'll go ahead and do the basing on these 5 vehicles. Because there's no point in doing the basing on the 5 vehicles, and then I don't have anything to work on while those dry. So, kind of a leapfrog approach of getting things completed. And it's really crazy when you got something has hardly any weight, and you pick up something else, and like, you almost need a jack to get it up off the table. The white metal models are very, very, very heavy compared to their plastic parts. Now, these are the old Airfix models. These two are my own that I built probably in the late 90s and never did anything with them. This is one I salvaged. And one thing I hate about these models is their wheels are extremely flimsy. So much so that I've broken mine I don't know which one of these is broken, and I got to be really, really careful. It's one of the front wheels. I don't think it's the other one. Yeah, this person, look at the goop job they did there on the axle. I think I probably should have done that. If that thing's not falling, not coming apart. I'm sorry, that one's mine, is it? No, this one's theirs. Yeah, because it was originally yellow. We're gonna do them all in Panzer Gray. I need some Panzer Gray trucks, and yeah, look at this. This thing has had all kinds of goop and stuff on it. I don't know what they painted it with, but we're gonna weather this thing heavy. But it's likely when the switch came to in February 1943, they didn't repaint all the trucks immediately. And I bet there was German trucks that stayed Panzer Gray all the way to the end of the war. So it's not really a priority. So I would rather do that than finding myself in a situation where I need to use Dunkelgelb colored trucks in 1942 or something like that. So I have no problem with these being. Well, this is a candidate for something that should be on a base so that they're easier to grab and so forth. But that's where we're going to start. We did go to a new game store that they had in town that I heard they had a complete set of Vallejo paints, and they did. They were out of black, of course, and they were out of white. So I was really low on white. I did pick up, I don't know how different this is, cold white. Looks the freaking same to me. So, here's our spare white. And I picked up 3 colors that I was low on that I've used a lot. And hopefully there is not a large color change between them. Because their Vallejo reformulation that I've heard about, they've changed some of the colors or tweaked them a little bit for whatever reason. The other colors are, this one's significant, looks like in the bottle, and we're going to find out right off the bat whether this is German Gray, which is the color I use for the Panzers, and this is the new one, and this is the old one, and they look pretty significantly different. So we're going to do a little test brush of them here and see how they are different, but they're even the same code and everything. So I do other colors on top of it. I end up doing that Luftwaffe blue to give it some blue tint to it, so I'm not too concerned that it's not going to be something I'm going to be happy with. May not even be able to tell the difference, but we'll test that out. The other one we did the same thing on is the color known as Russian Green. It's code 894. And the new one is, oh, this is the wrong one. Where did I put it, the new one? I got a new Russian Green as well, which is called something else now. Oh, I put it down here because there's not enough space because my greens are all full. Okay, it's called Camouflage Orange Green now, 894. And it's not going to be as much of a difference as the U.S. Olive Drab, which was dramatically different. But they might be a little bit different, but that's okay. They get some Russian vehicles that are different colors, so we'll test this out as well when we go and do the Soviets. Yeah, let's just do them all at once. F it. That's what we're here for, exploring shit. So, what should we use? Let's, I don't have anything white, because that would be ideal. That's not true. Index cards. And those were wafer thin. keep making things cheaper and cheaper and charge more and more for them. Yes, I've turned into a grumpy old man, except for the old part. I don't think I'm old. Let's do some comparisons. And let's learn our lesson from yesterday. Our lesson from yesterday that could have been really unpleasant. And let's not put live paint on this. All right, so we're going to go... let's do... oh, and the most important one of all, how could I forget this? The most important one of all is the color I was the lowest on. Chocolate brown, which is the color I use for all the basing, or for all the tempered basing. And look how much red is in there in the mix. And every single one of the bottles looked like this. So I hope that one is actually the one that, if it's the most different, is going to cause me the most frustration. And here's the original one. Okay, so how many colors we got to do? 3? All right, so we're going to go German gray. I like to spell gray in the British version with an E. I know, people from England's like, well, that's how you should be spelling it. Look, I like English spelling, but American pronunciation. So, I like color with a U in it, and armor with it, especially armor with a U in it. Armor should always have U in it. Okay, so this is German gray. We're going to put this original. I'm not going to call it old. And then we're going to call this new. Okay, and this one happens to be called the same. And then we've got, what code is this? This is 995? 995. 995. I had no plans to do this, so this just kind of happens. Hey, you never know what's going to happen. The next one is a Russian green. And this is 894, I believe. Yep. And this one's actually called Camouflage Olive Green here. So I'm going to put on here Camouflage Olive Green. We'll paint a little swatch there. And I actually, way back when I was getting the Vallejo paints, I had printed out from Brookhurst Hobbies, is where I would get them from. And I printed their whole catalog, and it came like of Vallejo. And it came on 8.5 by 11 sheets. And it listed all the colors, and it was perfect because I just put the swatch next to it. Now, I don't know where it is, but that was one of the first things I did, is I painted all the colors. And you can see some originally, I tried to paint them on the top, and that was a pain in the ass and kind of a waste of time. But that's where you can tell these are the original batch of colors that I bought probably around 2000. So they're like over 20 years old, some of these colors, and I have never run out of them. So now that we're really ramping up production, how many things I'm making, I'm going through some colors. And then last one didn't change color. This is well, it has 2 numbers on it. It's either 149 or 872. 872 or 149. Chocolate brown. One of the most useful colors I have. All right, let's see what we got. Now these are the original ones. And then we'll paint these and we'll take a look at them a little later. Let's get this handy because we're going to need this a lot in the next few minutes. And let's get one of these. I'm kind of hoping the Russian green's different a little bit. I wouldn't mind mixing those in. You know, having a couple different variations of the green. But the chocolate brown, I want it to stay the same. All right, let's get a brush we can test this with. It's not, oh no, that one's holy. That should be fine. All right, rinse this thing off. All right, the new German gray, which I have a feeling is going to be a hell of a lot blacker. It comes sealed up or something? Where is, well, I need my glasses so I can find stuff. So I can find myself. I really should probably keep extra ones of these around, extra needles. Oh, here we go. Here's the one from the epoxy. And this is why I started using needles with mixing epoxy, instead of using a piece of wood. Because here's my old epoxy needle. Well, I should have this right on my table, but I don't. There it is. And we just take this excess off, and it's good as new. Instead of throwing that piece of wood away. And this thing's more precise. Okay. This is the new German gray. It looks pretty close. It may just be the material, the material that these are made out of, that makes the color look different inside the bottle. It could very well be one of those things. Okay. It looks darker, but this one's already dried a little bit. See, this color is a lot better than this one. So it's going to keep changing. There's quite a bit of brown in it. I thought it was more of a blue base gray than a brown base gray. It might be some of each. Okay, Russian green time. Here's the original one. And this is, of all the colors, this is the one I probably have the most of. In other words, I needed a replacement bottle the least. this one. Let's see if this one's sealed top too. Now watch this thing be super watery. I know, I'm trying to think whether I want to put a mixing ball in it now. I think I do, because it says, see some other colors that are still, hasn't mixed in perfectly. I better put that away from here. I'm going to get green on myself and create a disaster. Not a disaster, but slow down the whole process. Let's see if the mixing balls are where they should be, which is up here. The problem is this isn't somewhere that's really reachable. No, that's the epoxy putty. They should be right here. F it, we're not using them. It's not that scientific. I got this little caddy that's really handy, but the problem is I have it tucked away, and then to get to it, I've got to like reach over shit. And I'd say my area is really organized. That isn't, but we didn't get to that yesterday. All right. Yeah, that's not going to work. We got a mixing ball this thing. All right, you bastards. Make sure it's not down here, which it shouldn't be. Now, we're at the top. All right, here we go. I feel like I'm playing a game on one of those big tables, reaching over shit. And this is all sandpaper and stuff. These are all Vallejo paint colors that you can't read what color they are, so I couldn't add them into my app for my phone called Paint Rack, which I think is actually pretty cool. It's like before I went to the store, I went and added what colors I was low on. And that was, yeah, here they are. I knew they were there. They're in a corner where they should be. Okay, well, now we have a spill. So we will be right back. It's nothing big, but it will take a little bit of time. And be back in about 10 minutes. And this whole time I'm talking, but I didn't put the microphone on. Hey, Barnes. So anyways, I was saying, I don't even know what I was saying. It's the problem with filming when I first wake up. I have no caffeine in me. Let's close the lid. All right. This one, same scenario here. No, I'm not on mute. Just before you said it, there's a delay in there, and I just happened to catch it. I'm like, why is the red dot on here? Yeah, you missed having a coffee spill on the floor, and luckily it didn't get on anything. And it's all the way down. You know, if it spills down here, it's not the end of the world. If it spills here, it's a problem. It's going to get on all kinds of stuff. So I'm going to keep putting it down there. That was only because, yeah, there's like pink and stuff in there. We need to give this a good mix. And then we will see, drum roll, if this one's okay. Now, mental note. Let's put them right back where they were, which is where they should be, but I didn't look for them there, which is in the back corner. With the little sign facing out. I don't need them that often, just... Okay. Last one. And then we'll jump on the German gray for the Opel Blitz trucks. We'll even use the new German gray for this. How about that? I was just getting ready to say when I noticed when I threw myself off, but the thing being, the people are like, you should get a shaker. Well, first of all, that's another contraption I don't need, and it's noisy. You know, everybody else in the household is asleep. I don't need to wake them up. You know, I don't need to like plan like go in and shake things because I may be able to use them tomorrow. They're just too noisy. And honestly, it's not much of a problem at all. This rarely happens. I think these have just been sitting since the factory. So, all right. That's what you come here for, though. Mistakes, and you never know what you're going to get. Yeah, see, we still have like this old rose color. No matter how much I've mixed it, let's get to the meat and potatoes down here. There we go. That's what we'll paint. Let's get all these guys out of here. Yeah, I'm not buying one. They're too noisy. They're too noisy, and they're not really that necessary. Vallejo's not bad on that. And you can tell there's a difference there, but let's get it on the card and see if... It doesn't matter. I'm going to have to use this one. Not much of a choice. It doesn't look like it's any different when I put it here. I've used this color as my core color for basing for the last 17 years, probably, on all of my figures, unless they're like desert or something like that. So I know this color really well. It's just a nice brown. Doesn't have too much red in it. Didn't look like it has too much red in it. It looks like there's plenty of it in there. All right. These aren't that different from each other. I mean, this one's blue. That one's definitely darker. This one's definitely yellower. We'll see. They're not different enough. Which I didn't really mind if the dark gray and the green were much different. Okay, so we're going to paint the trucks in the German gray and give them an Agrax Earthshade wash. And once we're done with that, they're going to need to dry, and we can go ahead and finish up putting the little tufts and stuff on the Panzer threes and the two T-34s. So I actually have a lot of German trucks. I got more that I picked up, but these are the only ones that are like basically not painted. I've got other ones that I picked up from the estate sale, and I have them here handy, so I might as well show you guys. Here is, I call it die cast, even though it's not die cast. It's heavy, so there's definitely some metal parts in it. But this came like this. I'm going to repaint it, but it's not a priority because it's plenty usable. I guess these technically are trucks. Two Malteers. I want to repaint them. Well, they need to be weathered. So at that point, is you going to weather them and not paint them, or just, yeah, just going to do the whole thing. And then an ambulance, which I'll probably repaint it and not make it an ambulance. I don't know that I have that much use for an ambulance. But yeah, I got that in the German truck department. So proportionally more German trucks than the Germans actually had. No, they had a lot. They just went through a lot of them too. Did I finish the Panzer threes? Oh yeah, they're done. They just don't have the basing done on them. Yeah. Yeah, they look great. They don't look good on this video or any photos. I suck at taking photos. I really do. You know? I know what I need to do and I just can't do it. I've tried watching videos on it. I'm not very good at it. I need to take them outside. I've taken some good photos, but I just can't seem to take any good photos lately. So, yeah. This one looks terrible in the video you guys are seeing. It looks like it's all kinds of, it's too light on the top, but it doesn't look that way. So, yeah, they turned out really well. The small decals on the back of the turret I'm fine with. The hand-painted crosses, I'm invigorated by having done that. So much so that I'm probably going to do that from now on. It is time consuming, but I don't have to worry about getting ones that are the same size and so forth. So anyhow, so we will finish those up after we dirty these bastards up. Let's take this live paint. I'm just going to put that in the wastebasket. Can't have a disaster on our hands if it's down there. How are we looking here? I don't know, that chocolate brown's evening out pretty well. Good. Good. It looks like a totally different color here. It does here anyways. Looks very, very red, almost pinkish. But it might just be this bottle's freaking old. Well, actually, I probably rebought this one at Hobby Lobby. This is a color I've bought 3 times. Maybe even 4. But, okay. But yeah, so I went to the store and they had all kinds of hobby stuff. The full rack of Vallejo, which I'm surprised because they were definitely a Magic the Gathering card influence type of place. And they had like 50 people in there playing. And that's when I realized I'm not really a gamer, because they had some strange cats in there. I am not a gamer. I'm okay with people being nerdy. We're all nerdy to some degree, even though I hate that word. I feel like I can turn it off when I get out in the real world. But yeah, that should be big enough. You do need to do some dark broad brushing on there. You know, we're not rock stars, but we should do, well, that's probably a good thing. But, you know, you should do the best you can with what you have, not just like, let me see how odd I can go out looking. Oh, well. Moon? Nope. All right. Let's use the new German gray. F it. And let's split the difference. Let's put it here, and then we'll dry brush here. And these wheels are very, very flimsy. The other thing I don't like about this is because I basically got to this point when they were already built. There's parts of the cab I'm not going to be able to get to inside there. I'm just going to write it off as a loss. You know, it is what it is. I'm not going to tear this thing apart, cut it out. You know, this, I paid $1 for this. So let me try to get my dollar's worth out of it. I think it'll be okay. Comes out very, very slow. Nah, let's not do the crappy one first. Let's do the better ones. And I think these models are. I mean, it even says Opel Blitz here on the front of it. I think these models are just fine. The problem is the linkage here between the wheel, and I wouldn't be surprised if it breaks again. Just I gotta go gentle on it. And then we're going to have to take some pictures of, we're going to have to look at some pictures of these trucks, because I think the mistake that a lot of people make, so I've heard, I don't know that I've ever painted any German trucks, to be honest with you. I did in Micro Armor. I had some Micro Armor trucks, but I've never painted any trucks in this scale, or even a 1/35th scale model. But I think the mistake that a lot of people make is that they put like German crosses on them and stuff, and I don't think they had any. That's what I've heard through the post on the internet. So we're gonna try to make all three of them look different. Maybe we won't be able to do it so much. I bet I'm sure we're gonna have to repaint this wood color, but. So, anyways, what else was new? Checked out that new place. It was like nowhere to park. It was crazy. Well, they had a lot of people that were playing games. They're playing Magic the Gathering. Actually, I went to try to cash out and I couldn't because they were trying to trade in cards. Or not a fan of those collectible things because, well, you can do what you want, but only reason I'm doing this is being creative. You know, I got to get my creative out. I mean, if I didn't do war games, I have to paint or draw or something. You know, I used to draw when I was a kid, and say my teens, but even before that. But I don't draw now because I do this. But got to get your creative outlet. I've got a couple canvases and I probably should paint something for the house, but you know, analysis paralysis. I'm worried about how it turns out instead of just throwing paint on there. I mean, look, just go to a museum and there's lots of stuff that people are proud of that they probably shouldn't be, and I'm sure I could do better than that. Or at least I'd be happy with it. I think one thing that would have been a lot of fun had I had more funds and more time to do it, mostly more time, is go with the daughter to the Museum of Modern Art in New York and just go and critique everything because there's some things on there that and I'm okay with, you know, with stuff that's not necessarily my style as long as it looks like it took some effort to do it, you know. Because you know I'm not like a fan of Van Gogh, but you know some of the stuff I can appreciate it, you know. But just you know painting something in two different colors, you know, like this side's red, this one's white, stuff like Kandinsky and stuff like that. I'm like, nah, you got to be on some drugs. Van Gogh was a bad example because I do like impressionistic stuff because it's kind of like what I call is I take my contacts out and that's what I see. It's fine for people to like other stuff. I just think that, you know, there's some things that shouldn't be next to each other. You know, I think that's it. I actually started doing this way because what I noticed is when I hand painted and I was going to hand paint this whole thing in Panzer Gray, for instance, it would take forever and it would leave brush strokes and the paint would be thinner and it wouldn't look any better. And I'm like, let's just dry brush it. And I'm going to have there's going to be some black that's left in places that I probably would want a black wash in anyways. So there's the first Opel Blitz truck, which I guess was a Ford. Was it like a Ford type vehicle built under contract or something like that? I don't know. Oh, look, this is that's the wheel that's going to give us trouble. Let's see if I can show you. It's already kicked off at like an angle. It's this wheel on this side. I don't know if you can. Anyways, I got to be careful with this guy. I got to be careful with this guy. There's this winery in St. Augustine that we used to go to, and it had this artwork in it, and I would call it modern art that's in it, and it was like jazz players, and it was done in a style that I don't know how to describe it. But I really liked it, and it wasn't realistic looking, but it just the colors they used, but it took some effort to do that. You know, you can't just somebody off the street can't just like sling paint and you get that. So it doesn't have to be realistic looking. I should look that up so I could Man, it's been probably 15 years since I thought about that. I really like that artwork. It was like jazz musicians, and they did like, God, they probably had 40 or 50 pieces of art. And I think it's a local artist. He was just very happy looking. It had musicians that didn't have a face, so it could be whoever you wanted them to be. Doesn't have to be realistic. Just needs to look like a person if it's supposed to be a person. But no, we didn't even have time to go to the Met. It's just all that stuff takes time. And based on our experience of going to the Natural History Museum, you can't go to those things during the holiday season. There's not enough time to even move through people. That's how many people were there. So I'm glad we didn't go to it because there probably would have been a lot of stuff to look at that I would have wanted to at the Met, and I've never been there before, where I've been to the Natural History Museum before. So if I just picked and choose like we did, I was okay. I mean, it didn't bother me. But seeing something for the first time, it would have upset me that I wouldn't be able to see it all. You could have. You just you would have had to spend 14 hours there with a cow catcher, getting people out of the way. Now this one has the mirror on the back for the rear view mirror, or the side view mirror there. The other one doesn't have it. It broke off at some point. And the one I bought for $1 certainly doesn't have it. So, hey, I guarantee that's one of the first things that go on the Russian front. You don't need to be looking behind you. You need to move, move forward. Do not worry about what's behind you. And there's a company, actually there's several companies that make little loads that you can drop in the back of these trucks. So that's kind of cool. Supplies and stuff. If I'm tempted to ever do that at a later time. There's another wheel. And I was being gentle with it. Well, we'll just glue it at a later date. We're going to epoxy this joker down. I knew it was going to happen. Except I thought it was the other one. I guess this is the weakest one. Headache's about gone, so excellent. This is great material. This cardboard that goes on back of like lots of things. Got everybody in the office collecting it for me. Well, I've told them to. Some people don't. It's, a great way to reuse this stuff. I don't want to go to the store and buy it. You could buy this in like huge sheets, but just a nice protector for a table. Plastic Soldier Company makes a set of, is it Steyr trucks? Man, I think those things are ugly. Got these real ugly. I would not get them, but I mean, the Russian trucks are ugly as shit too. No, this thing looks like it's got herpes. I'm guessing. Missing stuff on the bottom. Oh well. Are those 72? Why not 15 mil? Well, because when I was doing these 20 years ago, 15 millimeter for World War II wasn't a thing. And what actually got me into doing skirmishing was skirmish World War II was a certain manufacturer that made figures, and those were in 20 mil. So I'm a 20 mil guy. I'm not a 15 mil for World War II. And 15 mil figures for World War II, a lot of them are like really inaccurate, like shaped. But that's not really I mean, if I had to do it again, I'd still do 20 mil. 20 years ago when, I'm 51, so yeah, I don't have a love for, you know, I'm building all these vehicles, but on one side, you probably wouldn't have more than 3 vehicles in this game. So it's not like one where you have to throw a ton of figures out. So. And like these things, I've had these things for 20 years. I'm just now getting around to painting them. And this one I picked up last year, but we'll paint it when we paint the rest of them. So 20 mil because I'm old. That's why. Not really, but I'm not just starting wargaming. That's why I don't have anything in 28 other than that one wolf. I have nothing in 28 millimeter. I'm not a Warhammer player. Never played anything Warhammer, ever. It took me a long time to call Games Workshop, and not Citadel. I think I've got it out of my system, but I always called them Citadel because that's what they were in 1989. When I was doing this, there was only one company that I was aware of that did World War II in 15 mil, and that was Old Glory had just come out with their Command Decision stuff with, I think, in combination with Skytrex. I could be wrong. And they came in these huge packs. And, they didn't have massive figure variety at that time. So all my skirmish figures are all individual poses. Every single guy is different. And they all have little surnames on them, and they have them on a little stand, and that's what my focus is like individual man-to-man kind of thing. Almost like a role-playing game, if you will, but where you're not checking for traps. And you're managing 5 or 6 guys, something like that. What do you use for infantry? I don't use soft plastic. I use a company that's called, what got me into it is this one sculptor in particular that was called, I think, and by the time I got into it, I think he was already passed away. His name was Dave Alsop. And he made some miniatures in the UK. I think originally they were called Hotspur. And when I found them in the United States, they were called Combat Miniatures. And I fell in love with them. And I had those, Drew's Militia, Battlefield, which I think those are all kind of related to each other. Battlefield Blitz, Drew's Militia, and one other thing. They were all tied into each other. That's what most of my figures are. They're either Battlefield Combat miniatures. I have some FAA guys that I absolutely hate. Um, I got some SHQ guys, which are uninspiring. I'm not opposed to using plastic figures as long as they're hard. These figures here at the top came with the models. Ugh, I can't stand the shit picture you guys are getting. Let's see if we can make this look more like what I'm actually seeing. Let's see, what's messing this up? Is it exposure offset? And why doesn't this default to exactly how I leave it last time I do it? That's a little better. That's a little better. Now, let's zoom in so you can see this guy. All right, let's get all this shit out of the way. That's fine where the... Yeah, you can tell. Just look at the camera, okay? And then as soon as I move it, look how it darkened, and then you move over here and look how it lightened. So that's actually lighter than it actually is in real life. And like, it's just annoying that these little variations in... But anyhow, let's see if we can get a look at this guy. This is Plastic Soldier Company. This is the figure that it comes with them. I think they're damn good figures. They come with them. And they have enough detail that that little roundel that's on his little cap is on the casting itself. So they make some decent stuff. Anyhow, it's really annoying that you guys can't see what I see, but that's just part of the camera thing, you know? No, I'm going to play a game that's out of print that's called The Face of Battle. And the reason I played that game is because I was coming up with my own rules 20 years ago and didn't have much playtest opportunity. And then I saw these rules, picked them up, and it was really close to what I was getting at. But it's individual vehicles. It's individual guys, and it's individual activation. You know what I need to do? I need to actually put on here, because a lot of people are asking me the same thing, and it's a legitimate question. There's somebody who did a write-up on their blog page, and they did a really good job of explaining how the rules work, or what the meat and potatoes of the rules are, the mechanics. And I need to put that on here somewhere. But you know, it's actual scale. In other words, there's nothing... I got a friend of mine who loves Battleground. He loves Battleground. And he plays with 28 millimeter figures. Okay, fair enough. So he's got his 28 millimeter figure. And in Battleground, they throw a grenade 4 inches away. So you got this guy, it's this big. You know, that's 1.5 inches, almost 2 inches tall, because they're heroic. And they only throw a grenade this far. I don't want a game that's that compressed. Even if I could deal with that, then when you build houses, now the houses are 4 times bigger than they should be, right? Think about it, right? Or unless you're going to make the terrain a lot smaller, unless you're going to pay 28 millimeter with 15 millimeter terrain or 10 millimeter terrain, it doesn't make sense. So I wanted something that was actual scale. The game I was coming up with was actual scale. I used, or damn near close to actual scale, as 1 centimeter equals a meter. So that's what the game is a centimeter is a meter. So this is all point blank range. Basically, it's a point blank range game. Even if you're playing on a 4x8 foot table, it's still only what, like 100 meters across? That's really, really close. But you know, grenades go about 1 foot away, even farther than that. Flamethrowers go out to, well, a flamethrower on a Panzer III can go like 60 meters away. So that's 60 centimeters. That's what, like, God, I'm just doing rough math and I don't have enough caffeine in me. 2 feet away, you know? A bit like bolt action with a rifle range of 24 inches. Yeah, I don't. You know the game that's, and I'm talking about games that are popular because this game is out of print now, and I don't think it was ever popular. The rule book is this thick. I'm sorry, I can't see that. The rule book is about this thick. It's really thick rule book, but that's because everything's covered in it. Not that the rules are that complicated. The rules are very logic based. The only thing different from it than what we were doing is I wanted a roll to hit with a rifle and then a different roll for an effect. And this work puts them both in the same die roll, almost like ASL. So imagine like advanced squad leader effects per each rifle round. It doesn't take long. You just roll a percentile. You know if you rolled in the 80s, you probably weren't going to hit. If you rolled really high, you probably caused a gun jam on yourself, or which could translate into you have to change a magazine, or you got to do something, one of those things, because you don't keep track of ammo per se, not for individual guys, but you may actually have to take an action to reload. Normally, you don't have to reload like small arms. It's just figured in that the reloading is happening before your turn comes up again. But if you actually have a jam, the gun may actually your weapon may have jammed, or it may have been like a longer reload that you actually have to spend that action to do. So there's some random events parts of that. But I liked it, and my buddy that was playing it at the time liked it, and I'm probably gonna solo it, and if people really like it, they can come over, and do it. But when it comes to World War II, I accept no substitutes. I don't want vague games. Now, the game that was close, that's popular, that's where I was getting at, that I'm sure you've heard of, is Chain of Command. Chain of Command is close. There's things in Chain of Command, the way you roll the dice and you can do different things on it, that's close. But I've seen them play those games and they're like, take 2 casualties, and they just pick 3 guys. Like, no, which guys is it? So I could probably adapt Chain of Command and give it a little bit more detail and get it close to where I want it to be. But too much of their armor and stuff is just too like generic for my taste. And it's D6, so now if somebody's putting on one of those games at a show, I'll play it. It's not like I won't play it. I'm just not motivated to create all of this stuff for that level of lack of detail from my taste. I don't know if that makes any sense. If I'm going to spend all this effort researching and getting all this stuff right and making it look good, and then I want a game that has the kind of detail that I want it to have. Or why am I slaving myself to do that? I don't know if that makes any sense, but at least that's my take on it. So for the moment now, we're painting stuff, and we'll get to the paint. We'll get to the gaming part at some point, but I'm painting things that'll end up getting used in games, and but yeah, I'm gonna find that person's description. I don't know who they are, but we'll see if we can make them famous. They did a great job of explaining the mechanics of the game, but for some reason, the core rules are out of print. You can get a couple of the expansions on War Games Vault, but you can't get the core rules there. Now, I don't know why. Now, I know someone I've actually met in real life. They're a DBA player who says that they know the author. So maybe, just maybe, we can get some of these games going, put some videos on the internet, and maybe the author will find out that, hey, people are interested in this game. Why don't we put it somewhere where people can get a hold? Because it put a lot of effort into the game, So anyhow, that's where we're at. So okay, so we have dry brushed the German gray. Let's get, let's rinse this, and let's get the old Agrax Earthshade. But you know, games like, for instance, like Rapid Fire. I don't like games that are like, it's A class armor, or it's B class armor. Like, you're dumbing down like the coolest stuff. I like games that talk about real stats, like, you know, in a vehicle, put the amount of armor that it actually has and how much it actually penetrates, and you're learning real stuff as you're playing the game. And that just comes from me playing Siegfried 4. You know, I played Siegfried for a long time, and you're dealing with actual inches of armor, actually inches of penetration. It doesn't have to be complicated. That stuff's cool to learn about. I think it is. So, we'll have to give this a good rinse with later. I don't want to break off and do that shit right now. You're watching a Chain of Command video that got me back in the hobby. Watched plenty of Flames of War bolt action stuff down the years. Both left me cold. Chain of Command is close. There's some things about it that are really cool. I could see adding more detail to it, but it's a codex type game. All right, here's the rules. All right, what about the Japanese? Oh, you got to buy another expansion for that. I guess this game I play is kind of a codex thing. I'm interested in everything, so I want the rules for. That's not true. I'm not interested in the Pacific. I'm not interested in the Pacific, but I would want them in the rules so I could compare everything. You know. Let's use the new Agrax Earthshade. We got a little bit of the old one. And this is a thing that bugs me. This was cheaper than this, and it's more amount. You know, just keep making them this size. Just charge more. I understand you have to go up on your price on things. Maybe if you guys didn't spend so much freaking money advertising and have so much overhead, you wouldn't have to do it. But I understand the price of everything goes up. Okay, this is the one that we use for that. This is why it has that. This was a white brush. And then when we're done with this, then we'll go and we'll rinse both of these things out. Or we'll take the Myers soap, which, by the way, I don't know if you guys watched any of the video yesterday. If you ever get paint on your clothes, the Myers soap will take it out. I had put paint here, and then I put my wet palette, and then I got on the bottom of the wet palette. I didn't know that. I put it on my sweatpants I was wearing at the time, and I went over and I'm like, oh shit, I got brown paint on there. So I had to stop and do that yesterday, and got it all out. It wasn't that difficult, honestly. But that just happens to be the soap that we had here in the house to wash your hands with, and when I started cleaning brushes with it, I'm like, man, this is taking out more paint than it ever has. So then I remember that we had that, and I'm like, let's use that on that if it comes out. Oh, this looks really nice, all in this one color. It actually looks really nice. You know, this is an old casting. We'll call it casting, even though it's a model. It looks pretty good. Whoever designed this thing. This is another thing. Let's get rid of this so that we don't bump this and knock this over. I'm just going to go over this and give it some depth of character. Modulation, which is a relatively new word and not one that's normally in my vocabulary, because I'm from the 1980s and that wasn't one. Well, technically I'm from the 70s, but I don't remember that. I didn't do anything useful in the 70s, let's put it that way. Yeah, Chain of Command is close. But, you know, you got to add more detail. Like, I'm not buying the stud. A stud moves exactly the same speed as something else, I want differences between stuff. If the game has vehicles in it and they have less detail than Advanced Squad Leader, it's not for me. It's not my kind of game. It's not where I thrive on. But that's okay. I'm only doing this for myself. I'm not necessarily doing this for an audience. Like, oh, nobody's going to be interested in it. Well, I don't care. You know, I'm. This is what I'm into. Now, this is harder to get off your hands than regular paint. It has some properties in it that aren't as friendly. But I think I've gotten away from putting these things on screws. It's not saving me any trouble. It's just creating another step. And honestly, I already spend enough time doing these. I don't need to add more time overhead on these things. Like I said, the only bad thing is I can't get all the way in the cab and do some of those details. But if I was building this from scratch, I'd do it a little bit differently. So it at least would be black in there. But it doesn't bother me any. At some point, you got to just say F it and move on. Or, you know, what are you going to do? Spend another 20 years of not painting this thing? Well, we've already done that, so. And that was the other thing. I was just, you know, honestly, the person who was the most responsible for me getting into World War II. I don't think he knows it, but you know, it was this guy who's from Portugal, and he has a fuck ton of vehicles. And you know, I'm not trying to compete with that level of vehicles, but I'm like, I really liked how they looked, you know, how they all looked together, and I'm like, man, I really want to. He did a really good job of like making them all look different and different units and stuff like that. And I'm like, I just got the World War II bug again, and it's been 20 years, and that just got me back into it. That, and you know, kind of disappointed with the tournament scene of what, you know, there's just not that many people interested in it. And it's really nice to be able to paint something over one weekend and then move on to something different. Yeah, his videos are great, man. That guy was inspirational. And I'm like, man, this guy's having so much fun putting this stuff together. And that guy has a ton of stuff. I mean, just a ton of stuff. If you watch his walk around of his room, and he doesn't use any decals. He hand paints everything, and it works. And it works. I don't want to get to that level, but I'm like, you know, if I can't do this now when I'm 51, what am I going to do? Wait till I'm 71? I'm like, nah, we gotta do this now. We gotta do this now. You know, I may not be playing DBA, I may not be paying Ancients, but I'm going to be doing something. We're going to do videos. I'm going to film stuff when there's stuff to film. It's just, you know, this is. I'm looking forward to playing something that when it's like, this doesn't make any sense in the rules, so we're not going to play it this way. You know, when everybody agrees this doesn't make any sense in the rules, you should be able to play it in a different manner. And just having to put up with nonsense just because that's what's in the rule set and you got to be consistent for conventions is just not the way forward for me anymore. You know, I mean, we're not stupid, but when something doesn't make sense, it's time to change it. And I'm not saying that much of that is going to happen in these rules. But I'm just saying that when you kind of can't do that when you're running something that's going to be run at tournaments because you'll learn a bad habit. You love this 21st Panzer Division Normandy video. I liked his Soviet one, where he took a shitload of vehicles that are interesting and he customized them with like tarps and stuff like that. Now, I haven't gone down that road and really explored that as much as I should have, but I just want to get some standard stuff on the table. Just like, I always have people say, hey, why don't you do captured vehicles? Well, we have to have some normal vehicles. You can't have a captured T-34 until you have like 12 normal T-34s, right? Otherwise, it's like, kind of a strange thing. So, and his U.S. stuff, when he takes something that's I consider not interesting, and 21st Panzer Division at Normandy with all the funnies, all the funny vehicles are in that unit. And the other thing was, it was liberating to see him say, this one's 176. This is from this manufacturer. I love seeing that he would talk about what manufacturers things were from. And he was just kind of like, sometimes you use something that's the wrong scale, but it works. Because it is just a war game. Instead of like getting fixated on, well, the cab of this vehicle isn't exactly accurate. I mean, it's fine to know those things, but at some point you need to unclench a little bit, or you don't get anything done. And I liked his attitude about that. And he's very calming to listen to, so. Thank you, Joao, for the inspiration. And then hopefully the stuff that I've done does the same thing to other people. They inspire people to whatever, whether it's ancients, I got nobody in my family that's inspired by this stuff. So that's where you guys come in. Oh man, this is a bouncy tire. But man, he has he has all kinds of stuff I'm not interested in. Like he's got ancients and Napoleonics and I've got this, or I've had this analysis paralysis painting thing, where you're just worried about, I don't know how this is going to turn out, so you never try it. Instead of just, look, I've been painting almost 40 years. I have a clue how to fix problems. Hell, I know how to clean up spills too. When you're an experienced painter and you know how to fix things because you encounter problems, not doing something because of fear of the problem is holding you back. So I can't wait to get into the buildings. Have some fun with that. I'm not happy with the paper buildings. I'm not. I'll use them if I have to, but we're not going to do that. We're not going to do those. My goal is to right now this is relaxing. So this is why I do this. But when I put on a game, it will be magazine quality look, or I'm not doing it. I mean, that's my goal. I mean, other people can do it, and I know I can paint better than them. Why the hell can't I do it? So, I see things that I'm not one of those people that like, you see something from Games Workshop, you're like, oh, there's no way I could do that. And then I get, then I lose motivation. I'm the opposite. I'm like, if those guys can do it, I certainly can do it. Now, there's some things that are way over the top. Like there's some guys from Australia, I think from Australia, that they made a 4 by 8 foot table that was all Stalingrad with with the railroad and the stock cars and all kinds of stuff. There's a video of it on the YouTube, and it's like that's too much. That's like, okay, I can do that, but I'm gonna be retired. You know, that's just way too much. You know, and you're going all in on Stalingrad. Like, okay, I would rather do something that's, you know, Russian step. You know, I'm not a Stalingrad fan, but yeah, I think that's where we need to leave it at. But that's what I want to see. You know, I want to create stuff that's like, yeah, because I'll see stuff in magazines. I don't subscribe to any, but I'll see stuff and I'm like, what would it be like to play a game that looks that freaking cool? You know, that looks as good as Gates of Hell Ostfront. You know, and you know, playing a video game's fun, but that's not a creative outlet. You know, it's fun to make things go boom and make funny comments and stuff, but you can't contribute or be artsy to it. All right, we killed this. It's time to switch to a Coke. We're gonna wash up, clean these two brushes, and then we'll be back to finish up the basing on these tanks. So I'm not even gonna put it on pause. I'll be right back. Hey, I remember to hit the microphone this time. There's a picture. There's a picture that, let's see, do I have, let's see if I can put it on here. And I'm pretty sure I know who made this, even though they're not credited on here. I want to show you guys something. I want to show you guys something to show you what I find really motivating. And let's see if I can do this correctly. Let me go to this social media platform where I sent myself a picture of something. And let's see if I can, we should be here. And let me go to myself. Yeah, I didn't want to do that. That's the problem with using I'm not a fan of the mouse pad. It ends up clicking on things that I had no intention of clicking on. Just a little too sensitive. Oh, I didn't mean to click that out. All right, here we go. Let's try this again with a legitimate mouse. Which, by the way, this mouse is incredible. I took this one away from my wife when I got the laptop, and this thing works incredible. All right, let's see if I can find. I can find it. It's just a matter of where it is, and it may not be here. Okay, it's on my saved, and it is this photo right here. Okay, and this is what I'm going to save this image. Yeah, it's fine. Okay, and now we will go on here. Let's see. This should have an image already on it. Yep. that was that Borderlands thing. That's a great game. You guys ever played Borderlands, man? I'm just now playing the first one. I played the second and the third one and the pre-sequel. And all right, let's open the source properties, and we were talking about the other day. Let's go to this. Somebody posted this at a show, and I don't remember what show it is, but these folks, and I'm pretty sure I know who it is. It's these folks that I think they're in North Carolina. They're a husband and wife, and I don't know how to say their last name because they have a Eastern European type set last name, and I don't want to bastardize somebody's last name. But they do these videos, and as a matter of fact, there was one Historicon like around 2016 that they did a big game in Tunisia. No, not Tunisia. Sicily. And they did the entire board all done in this teddy bear fur type method. And I saw this and I'm like, this is the kind of shit that I want to play a game in. Nope, wrong image. This one. Let's see if I can expand this. Look at this shit. And then look at the Normandy one down there. Like, I want to play a game that looks like that. With my figures, with my vehicles and stuff. And I want the terrain to look like, look at this. I mean, it could be better. I mean, you could have like, some grass and stuff around some of these buildings, and then it looks like it's charred remains, but that part's easy. But, I don't want to make these custom boards out of teddy bear fur because my wife would hate me. You guarantee this is a freaking mess, cutting this down all the way down to nothing with clippers and all the mess it's doing. But man, I want to play not necessarily in the Pacific, or it's probably a Vietnam board or maybe something with Japanese, but yeah, that's what I want to play. That's what I want my game to look like. You walk by and like you can't help but looking at the detail. So that's my goal, is to have something that I may not have a teddy bear fur board, but something that looks salivatingly good, And then I'll guarantee that whatever they play on here is really lack of detail, like bolt action or something like that. Really lack of detail for me. If you enjoy playing Flames of War, if you enjoy playing bolt action, that's fine. I've played Flames of War a couple times. My biggest problem with Flames of War is I wouldn't play it as a tournament, and I don't like how the vehicles line up right next to each other like a Napoleonic firing line. Other than that, it's not horrible. I'm just not motivated to build stuff for it, but I'd play a game of it. I have. You know? Look at the subtleties here between the road and then this level of teddy bear fur, and then when it gets higher. But they've combed all this color through. That's a massive pain in the ass. And I wouldn't have a road that's permanently stuck on a board. Unless I was building it for some scenario. But, I mean, even the road, I mean, it looks really good. But this is also one of those things that if I built this, for instance, if I was a person that created this, because, you know, back to the old mantra that you're your own worst critic. Look at this. I don't know what trees they use. This looks just like my lady palms that I have in the front yard. The lady palm leaves, way out of scale, but hey, it works. That if I had created this, you know, and there's lots of videos on how to do it. If I go and create this thing, I'm going to know that this didn't turn out, maybe this little track didn't turn out exactly how I wanted to, or maybe there's something that got boogered up over here, or, you know where all your mistakes are when you make stuff like that. And when you're looking at somebody else's, you know, you can't focus on that kind of stuff. So it does look better, all those things, when you do it yourself, when somebody else does it, because you're not aware of all those little problems or maybe shortcuts that you took. But anyways, I just figured I'd share that with you guys. And, you know, that's the kind of stuff that I find. Oh, how did this get moved? Let me switch between this. Let me switch back. And okay, that's fixed. Good. Sharing the stuff that I find, you know, that invigorates. It invigorates you to do more things for the hobby, to step up your game. You know, I don't get jealous of people. I'm like, okay, if you can do it, I can freaking do it. I know it's a trick. You know. So, all right, let's get these guys out of the way, because one thing is we're going to have this. We're going to have. I'm actually going to move them way out of the way. We're going to have static grass flying, and we don't want any of it to stick on this and then have to deal with it. It wouldn't be very much, but it's just annoying to have that there. Okay. Oh, I can't stand looking at that. Oh, this has a sticker on this side. Damn it. Double damn it. See if we can get rid of this. We'll go back the other side. Nice. Perfect. Whew. Nice clean palette. All right. So let's do the T-34s first, because there's only two of them. We'll take the turrets off. I need to get a white paint pen, because I want to write, like, underneath this turret which turret goes with which tank, because these are all interchangeable. Not that it makes a huge deal, but I'd like 321 to stay with 321. Or I could just write it on the stand, but everything I have is dark. I don't have anything white. I don't want to paint it, hand paint it. Okay, we're going to go in with the lightest color, which is Iraqi sand. And we're going to clean up some of these areas where epoxy might be showing or something like that. This only takes a moment. There's so many people doing 3D printed stuff now for sale. I don't want to do any of it, okay? I paint. I don't need to get in. I don't need a frustrating hobby. I can tell you that I would find it frustrating when things don't print out like they're supposed to. Like, I'll buy the finished product. It is going to be worth the cost. It's not like I'm going to be able to build 20 houses a day or something like that. The only thing about the 3D printed stuff is just like miniatures, every 3D printer I want seems to be in the UK, and the shipping is brutally expensive. Brutally expensive. Make sure this goes up to the edge. And any other imperfections that I have, I will, you put grass there to kind of hide it. Okay, and then this one, we'll do the two T-34s, then we'll switch over to the Panzer IIIs. We're not going to try to do all 5 at once. You know, it doesn't mean that I'll only play a game unless it looks magazine worthy. I'm just saying that if I'm going to create stuff for a game, it needs to look to that level or I'm going to be disappointed. You know, just like if I'm playing DVA, I'll play with just figures that look horrible. You know, or I used to play with figures that look horrible. I'm not playing DVA again. And it's nothing against the rules. It's just too much responsibility. You know, I have to post the results everywhere. I can't walk away from that. So if I'm going to do it, I'm going to go whole hog, or I'm not going to do it at all. And it's just really frustrating to go through all that effort and people just don't show up sometimes, you know. Bought your first figures in close to 20 years, some 3D printed amazing figures. Are they durable? Because that's the problem I'd be worried about. And the resin stuff is incredible. The resin stuff's incredible, but I would get an airbrush and start airbrushing things before I would get a 3D printer and start 3D printing things. And I have a CAD background, so I mean I could handle that. You know, I don't want to bring frustration into my hobby. This is zero frustration. This takes a long time to do. It's not like it's going to happen eventually, but this is zero frustration. And I have no interest in bringing that to the hobby. That's bad vibes. Okay, we need to get our grass. Okay. And the container that I use for the grass so that we don't make a massive mess, which is here. The bottom didn't even get wet. Perfect. And Mr. Elmer's. And a brush we don't care for that much. Or one that we don't mind getting somewhat molested. This one, I think we've even used this one for glue before. Yep. It comes off, but you know, it gets treated in less of a way than I would have wanted. Quite sturdy, okay. Yeah, there's some great stuff out there. But I want to use the stuff that I already have before I start, you know, buying a lot of stuff and not doing anything with it. That's kind of frustrating. I find it very frustrating. But yeah, just like miniatures, just like 15mm miniatures, all the ones I want are in the UK. The 3D printers, all the ones that I've seen, like, oh man, that looks great. 3D printer. There's a 3D printing company called Battlefield 3D. And I'm fascinated by a lot of their stuff, but it's like a minimum of like $16 shipping. And I think I'll eventually order something from them, but because they make some A13, Mark IV A13, Mark IV cruisers, you know, with the turret that's with the extra armor on them that's shaped like this. If you're looking at them head on, they look like a diamond. And they actually make them in like 4 different versions. Pretty freaking cool. But the hatches don't open. and I'd like to have one with a commander. But the miniature they have on looks really, really good. But they're like 15 pounds each, which is fine. You're actually paying something for that. You know, what's that, $17 or something like that? I think they're about that much. They might be $11.50. I forget. But the shipping is just a lot. A lot. But they make a ton of stuff. Now, some of the things maybe the detail on it is maybe dumbed down, like around the tracks and stuff, but I don't have a problem with that. They're War Games miniatures. So I think at some point, if I do North Africa, I'm probably going to go with them. But the one thing about resin I don't like is I like plastic because I love using weld cement. It's easy to fix. When you use weld cement, you could still use epoxy and you could still use super glue. You know, when you use resin, you can't use weld cement. You've eliminated one of the gluing methods that you have. And I like the idea with weld cement that you're basically turning the entire model into one piece. I mean, you're welding it all together. And although my wife commented the other day, what's going on in the room there? It's awfully stinky in there. And I'm like, I hadn't really noticed but it was one of those days where I was building a bunch of models together. And see, I need to buy another one of those Tamiya ones, empty that one container, and then put the California orange smelling one in there. Okay, we're not putting grass everywhere. I'm not a fan of just cover the whole thing in green, and it's one even golf course green of green. I've done that before. All my 20mm figures look like that. We didn't know any better in the 90s. You know? I love how these figures turned out. They just need some dull coat and I rework the stands and they're good to go. You know? So... kind of randomly put them on there in different places. And then I wish I could do both of them, but I can't. I have to stop and do one, and then turn around and do the other one. You like the Battlefield 3D, huh? I think they look... Man, I mean, they make freaking everything. They make freaking everything. Another person would probably say, hey, you should contact them. See if they'll send them to you for free and paint them and put it on their website. Yeah, but I don't want somebody else dictating what I'm painting because it ends up becoming work. You know, and that's a problem. I don't want to be like, well, crap, I got to do all these and I don't want to. You know, so I'll gladly pay for them. But I want to make sure that when I get them, that's what I'm doing next. And nothing works better than your fingers. I'm not going to go there. The things I could follow that up with. That's what she said. All right, now let's get rid of the excess. Okay, and we'll leave this alone. Because we're going to put little tufties on there, which I normally would have pulled them out already. And let's do the other one. I wish I could do them both, but it dries enough between them that it's an issue. Now this is the one that actually had the broken track. So if you look at the side view of it, and I tried to do this as best as I could, one track is kind of in at an angle. That's fine. They're war game models. This is one of those that I got from an estate sale. that. I probably got over 30 T-34s. And I am thrilled to be painting all the Russian stuff hand painted. Their numbers and everything, because that gives me so much freedom to all of a sudden I have every decal available if I'm just going to paint them all, you know? Not have to be like, well, I'm going to order this and I wonder if it's the right size and how long is it going to take and is the decal too thick and going to make everything. It's like, nope, we're just going to hand paint them. After I did those numerals on the T70s, I'm sold on that. Like, yep, we can do that. There's another guy I think that's on eBay, and I want to say the name of their company or their seller is like Badger 3D Designs or something like that, and they have a lot of really unusual stuff. They have like what really caught my attention was they had like civilians with like like NPC stuff, like children and stuff like that, basically like evacuating like a they look Western European, so like somewhere in France or something like that. They're like getting the hell out of there, because the Wehrmacht is coming, and that'd be great for like your objective is to do something or another, but they're relatively expensive, and the styling on their figures is almost like heroic Games Workshop, and I don't know if that's actually what they look like because there's one 15mm manufacturer named Museum Miniatures, and he just started doing 3D. He started doing some kind of CAD figures or changing how he did them. They're still cast in white metal, but he builds them that way, and he puts pictures of them on the site, and they don't look like that, but the pictures on the site do. And I think that's kind of a disservice because in my case, I don't want them to look all like super heroic and, almost like the Hulk to a degree. And they don't. They actually look very nice, but it's going to turn some people off maybe that wouldn't buy his stuff because they're not an accurate representation of what they end up looking like. And I'm wondering if Badger 3D is the same way. I guess the only way to find out is order some, but they make some unusual stuff. They make some stuff with like Jeeps. They make Jeeps with like full crews on them and stuff, and they look pretty cool. One thing I've never done is motorcycles, and I think like I need to have like a squad on motorcycles. Yeah, the Z-Range stuff actually looks really good, but if you look at it on the pictures that he has rendered online, they don't look like that. And it's a good thing because they look better in person than they do in my opinion, they look better in person than they do on those 3D. But I don't understand why he does that. And I think somebody asked him that, and he's like, well, the process that gets done, he has to like over sculpt the features so that when they get cast, they're softer. And I'm like, okay, but then at least take pictures of what they end up looking like so that people know what they're getting. I don't know. The Z figures range look great in person. Online, I wouldn't have been the one that ordered some and been like, yeah, I hope these look good, But in person, they're great figures. I like this older figures too. Anyways, I don't have a problem with Museum. I've used many of his figures in my armies. Dave, crap, what's his last name? Shit. Holmes? No. I don't remember. He doesn't have a strange last name. He doesn't have an unusual last name. Okay. Now, the Tufties. Cat Roger, welcome. Good to see back to your true calling. How long were you doing World War II? Seems like an extensive collection from years back. I haven't touched it in 20 years. Yeah, I got lots of stuff, and I picked up even more stuff. Yeah, this is my true calling, huh? I shouldn't be doing ancients. I shouldn't be playing a game that's vague. I'm actually fine with it. You know, the problem is when I stopped doing World War II, I was running out of stuff to read about that I was interested in. There's lots of stuff about World War II, like Eisenhower or fall and decline of the Third Reich. I don't want to read that abstract, way out here in the managing the whole country kind of crap. I want to read about, somebody, where this squad was and how they took a freaking trench line and, stuff that's going to motivate me to do that. And at the time, there wasn't a whole lot of stuff that, really was of that genre. But, yeah, you can blame it on that Portuguese guy. It's his fault. It is. Thank goodness he came along because, I can't wait much longer to start doing this again or, I'm going to be too old. Supposedly. One, two, three. Let's do four. Actually, I can pull more of them out because I got to do the German ones as well. And we're going to have to split some of these in half. Yeah, well, you can't make everybody happy. Some people are probably upset that I'm not doing ancients right now. Well, how about the people that wanted me to do World War II stuff that had to wait so long? I'm going to do what I want, and if it works for you guys, awesome. And if it doesn't, that's cool too, I'm not making somebody play. Just like, there's lots of World War II people like, oh man, you're doing World War II. What rules are you using? Oh, you're using those? Oh, you need to do this scale, and you need to do... No, I don't convert anybody. You're happy with 15 mil, you're happy doing 28s, that's fine. I'm never painting 28s. I don't care if they're free. I don't have a love for that scale, and they would take me too long to paint. And then the game would have to be even more. I'd even need an even bigger playing surface because I want to play an actual scale. I want to figure out where grenades land. And it's really interesting when you throw a grenade in one place and it doesn't land there. It lands somewhere really interesting. Maybe a place you couldn't see. Chaos management. So, do what you're interested in. If people are interested in it, cool. And if not, well, it is what it is. We're going to put a big bush there and another one there. And these things tend to be... I'm really low on these. And I don't want to order them online because if they vary, I want them to be the same color green. I have to go to the store and get them. Hopefully these didn't come from Historicon. I bet they did. Maybe I should just order them from that manufacturer, Historicon. I think it was Michigan Toy Soldier Company. I think that's who I got them. Who I got these from. I should just watch my video, right? The walkthrough that I did at Historicon, and I'll see where these products are on there. And then go back to the map and see who it was there. Yeah. Well, I just wanted to do some vehicles because prior to this, I'd never painted any vehicles decently, to the level that my figures are. But remember, there was no internet when I was doing it before. Or there was, but there wasn't, YouTube and stuff where you just learn from other people. So I'm sure lots of people are like, oh, aren't you doing this anymore? I'm done, I'm done. I'm done playing DVA. I'm not done with Ancients. We've been kind of off and on working on my own stuff, which may or may not come to any fruition at all, but I just like the idea that, look, I'm working on these Panzer threes, and then in a couple weeks, I'm not working on Panzer threes. Maybe I'm doing something totally different. Not like, oh, more nights to do or whatever. And it's just from a variety standpoint. It's not that anything ever turned out poorly or not how I wanted to. I'm only going to put one clump on this side. 200 Jesus, you're 2 years older than but I look 63, not 53. Oh, I'm 51. I had 15 millimeter ancients back to 50 millimeter Napoleonics. Yeah. Well, this keeps you young, and I don't have a crazy life. I don't. I almost don't drink. I had 2 beers last night and went out with a wife, but I basically don't drink, and I don't have a crazy lifestyle. Never done drugs. My work is very stressful, but maybe some of that's brought upon myself. But because I'm. But anyhow, I don't have a crazy lifestyle, and it's genetic. My dad never looked his age until he got into his 80s. So. And I even feel younger than I look. I literally never go, man, I'm old. I don't feel old. This is this one, the Chelyabinsk one. Okay. Da-da-da-da. I feel young because I play with toys. Vroom, yeah. No, that's not how they go. They have a diesel engine. They make a different sound, or whatever. Oh shit. You know what makes you look old? Cats. Oh, wait. I just said that because I know you have. I think you have cats. That would explain your name. Never had any pets. Not a pet person. Although I appreciate them more than I ever have, but I mean, the house gets. We take our shoes off in the house, and you still get dust and stuff in the house, and we don't have any pets, so I just can't imagine what people's houses look like with pets. But I don't have a crazy lifestyle, All right. Now this one has 2 bushes on that side, so we're only going to put 1 bush on this side, and it's going to be this style to mix it up. We're going to put it right here in the middle. All right. And this side, we're going to put 2, and they're going to be the same kind. Aha! Grandchildren, I don't want any of them yet. She's just going off to college. Yeah, next semester. Yeah, I guess that would be that, so. And I only have 1. I wish there was a better system for people going to college and not. Too many people are going to college and don't need to. There needs to be a way to, you could try a job and see if you're made for it. I probably would have done something different, but that's probably most people. Okay. Here's the two T-34s. And there's actually one scenario that I have in the, I think it's the Red Guards Kursk book from skirmish campaigns, that the Russians have two T-34s of this vintage, because it's after Kursk stalled, and it's the counterattack that the Russians are doing. And the Soviet players have two T-34s, each with some tank infantry, not tank infantry, but tank riders on each one. And that's what they have. And the Germans have to stop them, or the Russians have to go off to one edge of the board. The Germans have an anti-tank gun, and so at some point we're going to build some Russian infantry. Even though I have some, I'm not super happy with how most of them look, because they're FAA guys, and I really dislike how they look with their cheekbones and stuff. And I've got lots of really cool Soviet infantry. And if I remember correctly, they're like half Pipishas, half Mosin Nagants. So they're half riflemen, half submachine gunners on the 9 guys. It's not all submachine gunners. And yeah, when I build some infantry, I think it's going to be towards that. Because that might be a good learning game. Especially when you're like, okay, you got guys that are on the tank. All right, well, it just took a hit, and whether it knocked the tank out or not, what kind of effect does it have on the infantry? Because that kind of stuff is, important. With like shrapnel, do it take a morale check? How bad a morale check? Do they fall off the tank? So, okay, these 2 guys are done. And the 3 T-70s I did are, those curse scenarios have 3 T-70s in them. No more than 4, not 4, not 2. They always come in 3s for whatever reason. And, I'd like to do some of those scenarios because they're supposedly balanced-ish, but, they're going to vary from rule set to rule set because they're not made specifically for the rules that I play. So, all right. Here is the Panzermeister. Man, we loosened this up. I guess that's a sign to loosen it up more. And I say I'm not really excited to do Africa Corps. I mentioned this the other day because, again, here's one of these analysis paralysis things. If I was going to do these for Africa Corps, I would paint them just like this. But then when it comes down to, they'd be on different basing. They would be on basing that looks like, did I get them out of here? I'll be damned. I did. All right, we'll pull the Byzantines out. Byzantines are on desert basing. Are they? Or are they an in-between one? What else do I have that's on the desert? Not the Huns. I almost did my Russian basing on the Hun basing because it's very steppy looking. Steppe looking. Anyhow, my desert guys are they're in the other room. I'm not going to grab them. And then use those colors from that base to dust it up. And just make it super dusty looking. Still paint it gray. But you're barely going to be able to see the gray on it. I think that's what I would do. And I think that's what I'm going to make this guy as. I think I'm going to make this Africa Corps. Whenever I'm going to order the aerials from plastic soldier company and just replace the aerials on here, because this thing's basically done except for the aerials that I'm struggling with because it's broken in like 3 places and it's not well cementing correctly, because what happened is as it broke, I think it got deformed, so you're trying to like bend it back and not break it more, and I think that's what I'm going to do. I can always use more eight-wheel German armored cars. So anyhow, but we're going to do the good guys that we weren't doing Africa Corps until we do the good guys of the desert. And if you don't know who that is, well, then you need to go back and read read history. Well, I do some Brits, and by Brits I mean, Commonwealth stuff too. See if I can squeeze some grass in here. And I made these stands this size because I wanted them to match all the other Panzer IIIs. But I think I'm going to hand paint all the British decals. I could paint triangles. I could paint those stripes. I could paint counter. I could paint the names on the side of them. I love cruiser tanks. They're like sexy looking. I don't care if they're shitty or unreliable. That's not important. I'm a modeler. I want things that look cool. Yeah, that Battlefield 3D, man, they make Marmon Harringtons. They make all kinds of. They make like everything. They make everything. I do have a Humber Mark. I think somebody said 4. That's the old. Is it the Hasegawa? I don't know if it's the Hasegawa or it's a Matchbox. I don't know which one it is, but I bought it from the estate sale. And its turret is glued in place. I was really tempted to do it next. Just to see the different kind of basing it would look. And, oh, I put some glue there and did not put any grass there. Let's fix that. And I'm going to see if I can't unglue that turret. Hopefully I didn't use weld cement and cover the whole bottom of it. All right, I'm thinking about it. Let's go find her. Shouldn't take too long. Not there. It's got the 15mm bezel. It's two different colors, so this is Matchbox. But this bloody thing won't move. It literally won't move. So I may end up making this into a wreck or something. Although making something, this thing has a ton of detail on it. But I don't have any crew members. I don't have any British crew members yet. I have no tank crew. But this is a awesome looking little vehicle. You know. Yeah. The bloody turret won't move. Nope. Something else was loosening up that wasn't supposed to. That right there, a little gas can. Yeah, so I don't know what to do with this. You know, and I picked it up just like this. But it's a cool little vehicle. But yeah, I have no use for a vehicle with a turret locked in place. You know. We'll see. Because not only is turret rotation important, but the speed of turret rotation is important. All right, I need to go to the restroom. I'll be right back in a moment. Okay. Cute thing. I don't have any SDKF Z222s. I have one, the old Airfix one, and it is a poor example of that vehicle. It is a poor example of that vehicle, mainly because it doesn't have the grenade nets on the top. But they make a nice one from what's the name of that company? First to Fight, but like $20 each. I'm like, that's not the right price for that. How are we looking on the final thing on the colors? The green is almost the same for the Soviets, and the brown's pretty close. So all in all, the old one and the new one, they don't vary that much. The green one's probably a little bit different. Okay, I'm pretty happy the chocolate brown didn't get reinvented as something totally different. Let's put this guy back so we don't forget who's who. But yeah, I got a lot of stuff left over from way back when. None of these happen to be. Oh, here you go. Here's this Martyr 3 from MMS that I painted about 20 years ago. And I did it in a layering style. And it's not horrible, but it's not how we do things now. So we're going to refurb this thing and get it off this stand for starters and refurb it. I'm probably going to leave it on the stand while I paint it and then pull it off. And you know, the MMS stuff is nice, but there's some pockets of where the resin popped. There's rivets that are missing and stuff. You know, it's not perfect, but it's a War Games model, you know. But I'm going to give this a fresh coat of paint and improve how it looks. Although the tracks on it, honestly, are pretty nice. Unlike most tracks for most things. So, this is one of those that actually you could make the Czech 38s into these. You could actually make all three of them into this one. I knew I wasn't going to because I knew I had one. So, look for that in the future. That was the reason that I got that Czech 38 set and from Plastic Soldier Company and not the one from Pegasus, because it comes with a gun crew, and I don't have a gun crew for this martyr and the ugly martyr too. So we'll probably do both martyrs at the same time. The ugly martyr being a martyr too, that is just an incredibly unattractive vehicle, in my opinion. So it's probably one of the uglier German vehicles. I think it's a Martyr 2D. All right, so let's put the grass here. I still think the ugliest World War II vehicle has got to be that damn duck truck. That thing is ugly as sin. There may be something else, but man, that's got to be top 3 ugliest one. I don't care how good they were in real life. That's irrelevant. Those things are ugly. All right, let's put that back. And then this one. The headache came back. Damn it, man. Well, I'm glad you liked the I'm back to doing World War II stuff. Or I'm to doing World War II stuff. Because back to doing insinuates that I had done it before. I had, just before online. We're using this to cover up, like, if there's any epoxy showing. I mean, I barely got these vehicles on the stand. And I don't think the Panzer IIIs get any bigger than this. These are pretty large. They're overscale a little bit. They might be like 171 or 170 or something like that. It's not really, really bad. When people say, oh, I don't like painting all those road wheels. You know what's worse than painting the road wheels? Building them on a model and sanding them down. And what's the bad thing about sanding them is that there's nowhere to hold on to them while you're sanding them. You know, they're so small. It's not that it's a tedious thing of doing a bunch of them over and over again. There's nowhere to hold on to it while you're doing it, you know, without it like flying off. That's really the biggest problem with it. I'm used to doing things that take forever, you know. These things are a hell of a lot quicker than the 15 millimeter miniatures. But there's nowhere to hold on to those little parts while you take the extra stuff away that shouldn't be there. So these already come molded on there, perfect. I don't mind painting them. And even though I end up dry brushing and probably cover up 90% of what I put on there, I'm still going to paint the road wheels because I know that they're painted on there. I may be just pissing into the wind, but I know they're there. I like that I'm doing World War II stuff. The people in my game group may not like it, but oh well. You know, I don't like that they play things that I might be interested in while I'm at work. You know, life sucks. You move on. You know, I'd rather play on a weekend than on a work day. But hey, I spent from about 1997 till 2010 not having a local player or players in town. So honestly, it's probably now is the time in my life where I could probably handle not having a local player the best. Because I got you guys to keep me on task doing this. And, you know, I could always play at conventions. But you need the daily motivation to keep going and building things. Need somebody to talk to about this hobby or military history or... And the message boards just don't do it. There's some really nasty people out on message boards. And I'm not one of them. I'm nicer virtually than in person. And what I mean by it is if you're nasty to somebody on the internet, you got to explain yourself. You know, and I'm like, all of a sudden, you know, you're working on a freaking law degree. You know, it's not worth my time. It's just easier to be nice to them. And there's something I don't like, I'll just go the other way. You know, unless you're going to call me something. You know, but if you're just saying things that I disagree with, I don't need to convert anybody. That's fine. I'm not a keyboard commando. Okay. That one's good there. But most people don't think that way. Most people think, oh, I could say whatever I want. Nobody's there to whoop my ass. Yeah, but you gotta like stand and defend your points and stuff, or I don't know. It's just easier being nice to people. I know people that like to play games online just so they can harass folks, and I don't think it's worth my time. I rarely play games online. Very rarely. Even more rarely every day. I don't want to listen to other people that are just causing disturbances. It's different if you knew them in real life or you would ever meet them, you know? And the one thing I do like about the stands is it allows you to do some terrain or some environment you can put the vehicle in that kind of ties it to it. But the main reason I do is just it matches the infantry. The infantry have to be on stands. Some vehicles are going to have to be on stands just because they're so damn flimsy. So you might as well be consistent and everything's on stands. Yeah, and I don't mind. I don't mind the look. Some people hate it. That's fine. You do you. Okay. So we've got the three Panzer threes. Let's make them change color. See how they change color? They don't look like that. They look a little bit more like that, I'd say. It's depending on where it's grabbing the light from. And the two T-34s going the other way. And these are extra large and these are extra small because they're 76. But hey, they're war game miniatures. They work just fine. So you prefer to see base vehicles. Yeah. Well, some vehicles are gonna have to be based. Like if I was like not basing things, those trucks aren't gonna survive. They just aren't gonna survive. Or vehicles that have like the rubber band track that you need to protect them so that you don't accidentally break them and they're a pain in the ass. These vehicles, none of these necessarily needed to be based, but I like the look. It doesn't bother me any. So there you have it. Now, where the hell are they going to go? Because I got a lack of space here of things. And where's that put me vehicle-wise? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. 36 plus those 5. Oh, I thought it was close to 50. I'm only 41. Well, sounds like I need to turn it up a notch. The only thing I don't like about this case is it is not 100% dust resistant. There's dust somehow makes it in here somewhere, but man, these things are heavy. We'll have to do a tour of the stuff that I have. We got to do it at a time where no one's here. Okay, let's check on those trucks. Lack of space, the bane of all war gamers. See if I can do this video. All right, let me turn this around so I can see what you guys are seeing, and let's see if we can successfully do this. All right, and let's open this up. So this is the latest thing that I got. I got this about a year ago, and trying to look back and see what you guys see. We got some terrain things here, the papal and the Byzantine army, and the lighting isn't ideal in here. I wish it was better. It's actually not that bad for you guys. We got some French Ordnance and Burgundians, Hungarians and Huns. Chinese of a couple different varieties. And here the tanks become. And we got Shermans there on the left. Some Mark IVs and a pair of Mark IIIs in there. We go up here to the top. Got the early war Soviet light tanks. Well, T-70s, they're not exactly early war. And actually, one guy was telling me they're actually T-70Bs that didn't come out until like really late 42, early 43. My Spanish and my Turks. Dracula and the Irish. And here's some of my World War II figures, which probably don't look great in this lighting, but here's those some FAA guys. These are Americans and on this side, and we got Soviets over there. And the Germans had to push back into the corner so we can fit all these Panzer IIIs we just did. Here's the Czech 38s. T-34s in the back row from Skytrex. And down here we've got, along with the Stegosaur, we got some more vehicles, Panzer IIs, so forth. So we need to condense all this so you could obviously get these figures out of the way and move them somewhere else. And consolidate the ancients in one place. Ancients and medieval, so anyhow. Hopefully that was useful. Hey, just thought about doing it. Not that much stuff, but we'll knock it out as we go. Okay. The trucks. They should be dry. They look freaking black. These look completely black. It's unbelievable. They look totally black. And that's important because I may not waste my time and do that then. Wow. I wonder why they're so much darker than the other ones. All right. Well, I know I did it. It didn't take that long, but okay. Let's get the German gray out. Wherever the hell it is. Wow, a full paint bottle weighs a lot more. This is what we're using. Let's get a better brush out here. Those are used for green. This one should be fine. A better brush. They're all crap brushes. They're all crap brushes. Yeah, we should probably do this somewhere we can see it. Yeah, I'm floored how dark this looks. I mean, it looks totally black. Completely. Well, maybe we won't do that with the trucks. I don't know. Now I'm going to go ahead and paint the inside of the bed gray. And I may end up having to repaint it brown color. Like it's wood. But I don't want to stop and figure out which way to do it at this point. We're just dry brushing all this stuff, so. This shouldn't take long, as we're going to roll into the adding that Luftwaffe blue color to it. Give these guys kind of a blue tint. A very small blue tint. Just enough that just catches, and that kind of just simulates the way it maybe catches the light. I happen to like it. It looks like freaking black. Oh well. So all those vehicles were done with the exception of 3 of them. Since I stopped painting 15s in September. Maybe October, really was last weekend of September. So since October of last year, that's all the stuff I've gotten done. So I haven't done too bad. Still a little wet in there, I see that. Okay, we'll avoid that spot. Man, I gotta remember to do some crooked spider flags today. I'm gonna forget. So what I'm going to do is I'll print a couple of them off, probably off of the image off of, say, something like Wikipedia, and we'll put them in the paint program and we'll doctor them up. We'll do them digitally like I would normally do in my paint style, and then we'll print them out. But and then we'll be really careful showing them because I'm not offended by that stuff because it's not like this is a pro-Nazi channel, but that shit happened and they used it. But I don't know how YouTube is. Well, YouTube may have a problem with monetization, but I know Facebook freaks the hell out. I saw today that one of the groups I belong to had some games where they had some flags like that on some of the vehicles, and I'm just wondering how long before they got made to make that stuff down. I don't see what the big deal is with it. It's not like we need to forget about those people, and it's not like you're taking these miniatures to a white power rally. That people are doing this stuff for the wrong reasons. So, but and to be honest with you, I actually don't have much of a problem with that being banned on the internet as long as you ban the Stalinist stuff too. But no, they want to ban one but not the other, and they're both major dickheads. So what we're going to do is we're going to paint this one tire independently, and then we'll glue it at the end. Because I don't want to glue it now. It's going to go through there's some other stresses it's going to endure just getting painted and stuff like that. It's obviously an extreme weak point. So we'll just add it at the very end. No big deal. That one's done. That one's done. That one's done. They're all done. Okay. And is the tire done? It's even more annoying if you're doing like Luftwaffe planes because not having that on the tail is a lot more prominent than pretty much anything else for the Army. You could just not put a flag on them. You could just not put Africa Corps. I mean, they have the tiniest of little swastikas underneath that palm tree, but not having a swastika on the tailplane on the tail is kind of weird. Doesn't look right. Okay. Luftwaffe blue. Luftwaffe field blue is what it should be called. Let's go ahead and rinse this for good measure. The set that Plastic Soldier Company makes of the Soviet trucks, they have closed cabs. They have closed. They don't have the windows, which honestly I prefer them being closed. I don't have to put a driver inside, which I'm not putting a driver in here either. But I found an article that I saved, and I don't remember where it was, but how to paint windows and and there's a lot of articles on that one, but this one in particular looked really really good. So I don't mind trying that. But the Soviet trucks come in pack of 6. I think you can make 3 double axle ones and 3 single axle ones. I think one's a gas double A and the other one's a gas triple A. That would make sense whether it has two axles or 3. But get those at some point. 6 Soviet trucks is plenty. Okay. Go with the Luftwaffe blue. And I actually have 2 toppers for 2 of the, like the ones I had, the trucks I have toppers for them. I don't have a topper for this other one. That was the rescue from the estate sale. But I left World War II for 20 years, and so many manufacturers that I thought really highly of went out of business. I guess I couldn't keep them. I couldn't keep them in business if I wasn't buying any of the stuff. But MMS, Cromwell models, both of those unfortunately were 1/76 scale, but the Cromwell stuff was second to none. Second to none. I have a Tiger 1 by them with Zimmerit. We'll see if we can make that thing proud when we get ready to do the later war stuff. It's a steel-wheeled 1944 version Tiger 1. But it's beautiful. It's absolutely beautiful. And it comes with the turret hatch open. So we'll have a cool tank commander in there. Cool looking tank commander. You know, cool for a Nazi. Hey, they were sharp dressers. They sucked at everything else, but had some good looking uniforms. That's why I think a lot of people like to wargame them, is they're a snazzy looking army. Yeah. Oh, Millicast is gone also? Shit. You know what? I think Britannia left, and I hated Britannia figures. Not that I want to wish ill on somebody, but at least somebody I don't care for is gone. Their vehicles aren't too bad, even though they're inconsistent, but I've got a few of their Britannia vehicles, but I really didn't like their figures. Yeah, that sucks. The only thing I didn't like about MMS is they had a lot of parts, and it's a lot of parts that you have to glue with either super glue or epoxy. I'd rather use weld cement. They had just come out with a Cromwell combat ready range just before I left the World War II scene. But we're back. Some of the stuff's still available. They want absurd prices for them. You know, I don't need anything that badly, so, you know. But man, I want to try that Battlefield 3D. I would have actually already ordered some stuff if the shipping wasn't like, it's just so expensive. I don't think we're ever going to get to how shipping used to be. And it's not necessarily expensive from everybody in the UK. Some places like museum and stuff, like the shipping is no different than from the US. Essex doesn't have bad shipping. You doing 15 millimeter World War II this time? You in the US? Are you in the land of toys? I got so much infantry, I don't have to buy any infantry. UK, the land of toys. Yeah. MMS is out of building, out of business. Cromwell, Britannia. You said Millicast. Nobody left, man. I saw somebody was actually selling at Historicon FAA figures. I hate them. Some are better than or some are worse than others, but and I painted a fair number of them. It's their faces and their tubular type guns. You know, their small arms. Now, I may still paint some other ones that I have, but man, I just do not like their faces at all. US to the UK is crazy. But why? I mentioned this before. I bet what happened is there was a revenue stream that somebody didn't realize was a loophole. Which I'm not surprised, but you know, government is incompetent everywhere. There was a loophole that they weren't getting their costs on, and was revisited with the whole Brexit thing. Because when Britain was part of the European Union, which wasn't that long ago, and I can't speak for US to UK, I can only speak for UK to US. The shipping, forget the exchange rate. The exchange rate's always off by, you know, a little bit. The shipping from the UK or from somewhere in the US to us was about the same. And time-wise, about the same. There's folks in the UK that are more interested in getting your products into our hands than domestic ones are. So shipping before Brexit was about the same. And it was, if you ordered something from Italy, bend over, okay? Forget it. But the UK was part of the European Union. Now that they're not part of the European Union, now their shipping is more in line with how Italy was before, which doesn't make any sense from the standpoint of US to the UK. So I think it was a revenue stream that people were missing out on, and they wised up to it. You know, Sloppy Jalopy have the Britannia models now. FAA have gone to Lost Battalion Games. I saw FAA at Historicon. Somebody had them at Historicon, and I really dislike their figures. I don't like the Britannia figures either. I don't like SHQ figures. That T-34 is beautiful. That Chelyabinsk T-34, it's a nice model. But their figures are just uninspiring. That said, if I have to paint some of them to make like a crew for an 88mm gun or something like that, I'd use them. They all have the same face. And if the face has prominent features, it's a problem. Now, SHQ's problem is everybody has like the same equipment. So it's almost like the same guy like cast over again in like different poses and stuff. Or at least the guys I got. Which, I used to buy them when it was sight unseen, right? They were in the catalog. Soviets with SVT rifles, I think is what it is. Like, oh man, I need some SVT guys. Oh, they all came in with like the same guy in like different poses. Like, well, that's really uninspiring. They weren't terribly cast figures. They were just uninspiring. So, I'm spending 4 or 5 hours painting a figure. I want to pick who the hell it is. I want them to be worthy of being spent 4 or 5 hours on. I want to say there's a couple other companies also that did 20 mil that were out of business now. Well, Battlefield, all the Battlefield figures. I got the Stalingrad and the Russian range just when they came out around 2001, and they're completely out of production now. Old Simon Ford's bringing the sculptors doing a bunch of the stuff back, but the old ranges, they're gone. Fortunately, I bought one of every pack, so I've got them all. I don't want repeats because I want every guy to be different for reasons that you will see apparent when I go back to painting figures, but I have lots of figures that I like that are not available anymore. So I'm all set in that department, fortunately. Is this the first one we did, or we already did this one? We already did this one, okay. These old things are really brittle. Like, I got a pickaxe here, and now I'm missing half the top of the pick. So it's just going to be a bottom one. Whatever. This truck, nobody's going to look at them. They're just going to take one round of HE, and it's over with, Sloppy Jalopy, that's way down on the list of... I got a few models by Britannia. I got a Panther with Zimmerit. My Firefly is Britannia. I have a Sherman Crab that's Britannia. I have... God, I want to say I got a couple other things. Lost Battalion Games do Sergeants. Yeah, that was one of those games I wanted to play the demo at Historicon. I couldn't because I was stuck at the DBA area waiting for DBA players that never showed up to play in. So I would have liked to have played Sergeants. The only thing I don't like about Sergeants right off the bat is the board is a bit too glossy. So it's kind of hard to look at the board unless you're like at the right angle. But it looks like a game that might appeal to me, So. But. Yeah, that game's out. That game's been out for a little while. They always have a booth at Historicon, and yeah, they were the guys selling the FAA figures. Sloppy jalopy. Base game and the Paras expansion. That's one thing that doesn't interest me at all is paratroopers. It just doesn't. At least the British ones have cool camouflage. But US paratroopers, they just don't interest me at all. Doesn't mean that, nothing to knock against the veterans. I'm just saying that, as far as painting them and stuff, and just not something I'm interested in. They're by their lonesome. So there's no guarantee that they'll have, tank support. I mean, sure, there's situations where they do have it, but as a general rule. My next con is at the end of April. It'll be Recon, and I won't be running anything. I'm going to do a walk around, though. I'm still going to do walk around videos. All that stuff's still going to, still going to do that kind of. It's actually, I have more time to do that kind of shit, so. I won't be playing in any tournaments. Won't be running any of them, so it's on somebody else. Not even going to bring my figures. And top of my things to look for is a playmat. See what else is out there from other folks. Because I'm never buying another one sight unseen. Actually, I am going to bring some of my World War II stuff so I can put it on that playmat and go, I like that one or I don't like that one. So I'll bring a couple of vehicles and that should suffice. Love the walk-arounds. I like doing them too. I like doing them too. And, if I'm fully committed to running games the entire freaking session, I have no time to do that, Grubby tanks. Okay. So, grubby tanks, not sloppy jalopy. Well, they're both silly names. I can see how you got confused. That probably would have happened to me as well. Sloppy jalopy sounds like the name of a food truck that sells sloppy joes. Because I don't know how it is in the UK, but food trucks are like a big deal all of a sudden. Which I actually like the idea of a food truck because they're generally cleaner than a restaurant would be. You know, you can see them all making everything in front of you. Like we have many different ones here in town. An Indian one in particular is incredible. Cigar box or highly rated mats. Yeah. Yeah, I wanna check them out. Although I'm definitely going for the big size ones. They make a plush one too, but we'll see. I think we're at the point now we need to start looking at that stuff seriously because right now the only one I'm using it for just taking photos. It's actually the glossiness of it is kind of toned itself down a little bit. What's really annoying is it's got those crease marks from being in storage. But doesn't mean I won't use it. I'm just not excited about using it. Yeah, cigar boxes are not made far from here. And there's actually a guy on my friends list who's the guy who designs them, and I didn't even freaking know that until after I got the one from Tiny War Games UK or whatever it's called. Tiny, yeah, I think that's what it is. And I really want to get the ones that are made out of mouse pad material, but I gotta have them to be able to stick things underneath them because they've got undulations and stuff. You know, I mean, you're playing with things that people can hide behind. Just about every scenario has height differentiation of some form or another. Otherwise, I'd do the mouse pad ones because I like the mouse pad material a lot. I got the Wings of War ones that are mouse pads, and I've got one that I was going to use for Gaslands. That's kind of a dead end. I'm not doing that. That's another rule set that has all kinds of issues with it of not being explained well, and there could be misunderstandings in it. But I can't be into everything, so we're going to pick and choose what we're going to work on. Again, I wouldn't mind playing any of this stuff, but I mean, as far as creating stuff for it, there's only so much attention to give. All right. Right, so we got this Luftwaffe blue. Let's dunk that there. We're going to go to the wet palette. Let's get rid of this or move it over somewhere else. You stay there. All right, where's my land of over here? All right, let's get some more Luftwaffe blue here. And we still have some dark sand there. And let's get a smaller dry brush. This one should do just fine. And mix us up a batch. There we go. I wouldn't mind getting one of them cigar box ones that are like snowy. Not like super snow, but just like melted snow. But I gotta see it. Somebody was trying to convince me that you can make your own mats. I'm like, I gotta, at some point, you have to delegate stuff to other people. You know? You have to delegate stuff to the experts. And then realize, it's probably better if I don't. If I don't do that myself. So I can't delegate painting things to somebody else. That defeats the purpose. Yeah, I bet those cigar boxes are really expensive to get overseas. And there was somebody told me one time they're like a geek villain or something like that. I just can't get something without looking at it in person because there's just too many, there's what it looks like, the coloration of it, the material, how it lays. There's just too much to it, It might look good on the internet. You get the one that's, not the actual coloration, or it's too glossy. I never even considered glossy could be an issue. There's no point in playing on a glossy surface when we go this much out of our way to make sure that the figures aren't glossy. Kind of a thing I wasn't expecting. You buying the geek villain ones? I just found out about those recently. There's a ton of manufacturers, a ton. From a show, yeah, I don't blame you. I don't want to get any small ones. I want to get like ones that are 4x8 or even bigger than that if they're available. If I need a lot of space, you can always fold them over, what have you. Okay, and the last one, and then we go in there and do some details if I don't have to cut off just yet. How long have we been on here? 3 hours and 26 minutes, including a spill. Shit happens. We're gonna make mistakes here. They really layered the paint on heavy on this thing before I got it, but we'll do the best we can on it. This is maybe a truck that's been through some abuse on the Eastern Front. I'm on my third book of the Eastern Front on Audible, and there's a term I had never heard before listening to these books. And it's a really simple term. Maybe I'd read it and just kind of, I didn't, kind of went over my head. And that term is Ostheer, Eastern Army. And I don't remember ever reading Ostheer. Man, these books just have mention it so many times. Maybe I just had read it before and just never. But it's just not a term that I remember ever seeing in books. Ostheer. Like, And then there's some words that you've seen for a long time, but you've never heard somebody else pronounce them. And then when you hear them pronounced for the first time, you're like, really? That's the way you say that? And I speak two languages, so that kind of stuff doesn't normally happen to me very much. But the the what the Crusaders called the Levant, Outremer. I had never heard that said before. I always thought it was Outremer. You know, that's how I'm reading it. You know, Outremer. We just call it the Levant. Be done with it. Okay, this thing is ready to do some details. Yeah, I never used to go to shows to buy stuff. Well, I used to way back when, and then I stopped because of the internet. And now I'm like, well, we need to see what the stuff looks like in person, so might have to go to something in between. But a lot of the stuff I want, isn't it? They don't even bring to shows, you know. Oh, you do 20 millimeter? Oh, we don't have any of that. Sucks to be you. Guess we won't buy any stuff from you, you know. That word, I'm not allowed to say that word anymore. That word does not exist in my vocabulary anymore. I hate that word. It's stupid. It's fine if you're playing Greeks, but to call something that's a medieval skirmisher is just ridiculous. It's probably the thing I dislike about that rule set more than anything else. Nah, you could say it. Yeah, I don't. And then when somebody from Greece came on here one time and they said, well, the correct way to say it is, I think they called it Sealy. I'm like, look, if I called them that, nobody would know what the hell I'm talking about. Why aren't they called skirmishers? That's what they are. Everybody knows what a skirmisher is. So I no longer call them that because I've been working on some other stuff. We played 7 or 8 games of it. It's getting there. It's my heart's not in it, meaning that's not what my I'm not working on that stuff while I'm not playing it. And I haven't been playing. I've actually just kind of just been sitting back and letting other people do the matchups. Is normally what we'd do tomorrow, but we're gonna have kind of a change of pace on what we're doing on Monday night, and it's kind of a welcome change of pace. So I'm really looking forward to what we're doing there. But that's what we've been doing the last Mondays or Tuesdays. We've had to change it. We've had to change it to Tuesday for a couple times. But yeah, they're skirmishers, you know. But I'm not working on that stuff while I'm not there. I kind of don't want to work on my own stuff. I want the kind of the playtest team to kind of we work on it together, and then you don't have to explain things to people why it's different, and because we were all there when we decided that this would probably make a better game doing it this way. And I love skirmishers. I just don't like calling them that. I just don't like calling them that. I don't like calling them a specific thing that nobody would know. Is this a crappy one? Yeah, this is a crappy one. So if we can make this one look good, we can make the other two look good for sure. Did I end up killing that thing? This thing too? Plenty of other options similar to that unmentionable game. Oh, I can talk about the game. I like DBA. I just don't like that terminology. Yeah. Well, we've made some pretty good progress. It's not something that's going to be on the market or anything that would compete with it. I actually don't want to run it at a con. I don't want to take people away from playing, DBA 3.0 if that's what they want to do, you know. But I want a more fulfilling experience, when I play. I have a few terrain maps, got mats made bespoke. Oh, I hate that word. I guess it's turned into the words you don't like thing. I got mats made custom after a mate brought them from the trader. Terrain mat. I have a couple of tiny war games cloth mats. The winter mat over normal length terrain works well. Yeah, it looks good. It looks good. I'm just a little disappointed that I didn't realize that they made. The conversation with them has kind of gone along with, well, you shouldn't have bought the cheap one. And it's kind of like saying, you know, we have the best painting service, but we also make crap. So, oh, it's your fault you order the crap. Be honest with you, I think they've restructured their website. It's a little clearer now. But when I ordered it through Etsy, and I went to their website, try to figure out what was what, and it wasn't as clear as it is now. But honestly, what sold me was the no shipping, because it was cost prohibitive to buy an expensive mat that I may or may not use at the time when I ordered it. And the mat's like $35-$40, and the shipping's like $35 or $40. I'm like, that's like $80 for a mat that I haven't seen. That's like too big of a risk for me to take and feel good about. And so I never did. And once it was like free shipping, I'm like, all right, I'll take that plunge. And I didn't know that there was that many different levels of quality or whatever. But if I knew that one was crappy, I wouldn't have even bothered getting the crappy one. It's like saying, our lower level vehicles don't start. But anyhow, it is what it is. It's taking decent photos in right now. They supposedly going to make it right. We'll see. The shipping thing kind of got in the way. I don't know. I'm just going to hope for the best, but I'm going to keep looking. Now, the terrain colors on the terrain map that I have from them is like perfect for my vehicles. I mean, it's like perfect. And the last time I pulled it out, it seemed less semi-glossish than before. Honestly, the biggest problem I have with it is this that it has those crease lines that like it was in storage and the color got it got faded in there, and you could see them. So anyhow, we'll see. But everybody raved about them, and then I get one, and I'm like, really? This? Not knowing that I bought the Yugo version of them. And I've seen one cigar box model map, and it just seemed like it was too flimsy. But again, they probably have lots of grades of them. So that's literally, I want to like, okay, I want I want to lay this out on the table and put some vehicles on it and just see how, and then I'll know the right thing. I don't mind spending money on it if it's something that's going to, look good. It's going to be durable because, I don't think I'm going to be careless with it or whatever. Certainly if you play it here, over there, you never know what's going to happen. It might be a beer spill on it. There's beer spills that happen over there from time to time, but I think it's good. I think it's going to take too long to set up one of these games to pick it up and move it over there. Yeah, beer spills happen over there. Coffee spills happen here. This is a really old model, but man, it's got some decent details to it. It's a video that they put out recently of a tour of the Airfix plant. It was on YouTube, and I watched it, and I was kind of underimpressed. I was expecting something a little bit more, I don't know, exciting or whatever. But I just saved another one. There was somebody had put one of you guys had posted it on Facebook. I'm thinking it's one of you guys about James May and largest Airfix model of a Spitfire or something like that. So I like James May, so I'll watch that at some point, hopefully today. But Airfix, when I was a kid, in the early '80s, Airfix didn't exist in the United States in so many in in that way. It was, it did, but they were rebranded for whatever reason. They were rebranded with different box art. A company called MPC, and these were MPC ones. Now, if you look on there, it actually says Airfix Products 1979. I don't know why they decided to rebrand them, but all the stuff that I built as a kid, models was Airfix kits. They just were MPCs because that's what they had, and honestly, the box art looked better. But we didn't have the Airfix. Once I saw the Airfix one, I'm like, oh, that box art doesn't look as good. And when you're a kid, you're impressed by the box art. It's like makes you want to pick it up, and yeah, I think I'll build that Stuka. So I had several half dozen planes and this stuff. Of course, I'm a snotling kid and can't build things with a shit, and things fall apart. So you're talking about when you're like 11 years old or something like that. But I had 1/600 scale ships. I had the Bismarck and the Prince Eugen and the Suffolk, Ark Royal, Repulse. All those were old Airfix kits. And I wish they'd made them waterline at the time. And I don't give a shit about the bottom part of the hull. So yeah, MPC. Even their figures and everything were MPC. And I don't know what artist they had, but I love their artwork. It was like oils or whatever. It was really, really, really good looking. You know, the price rise for shipping to the U.S. was a result of changes in U.S. government policy in 2020, increased by 49%. Price increases from USPS for delivering once in the U.S., so-called last mile fees. Well, I didn't vote for that. I'm always against price hikes on things. And the Postal Service is a monopoly. Monopolies are bad. They're bad for the consumer. It just seems like the last 5 years, the consumer is getting bent. I don't care where you are in the world, we have less options and, not cool, you know. Companies either buy others out or consolidate, and now instead of having 7 choices, you have 3, and, none of that benefits the consumer, and everyone is the consumer. It doesn't matter whether you actually work for the place that's now a monopoly. You go out in the real world and you buy groceries and you have less options. I don't like that. I don't like that. So what you're saying is it's our fault. Well, I didn't vote for it. The less you get government to do, the better off you are. I don't care whose government it is. That goes across the board. You need some of it there just to regulate the abuses of some private businesses, but they do their own abuses and incompetence and stuff. Um, Last mile fees. All right. And for the record, I never liked the U.S. Postal Service. I've said it before. I won't. I don't want to. I don't want to go to the post office for anything. You know. It is just a bitter, unfriendly, inefficient place. So I can only go. First of all, I can only go during my lunch hour, which is also known as holy hour. So I don't want to go and wait in line, and much less a line back when COVID was going on, where you got to wear a mask in it and sit during line. I'm not waiting in a line that's out the door just to mail something to somebody. So and then you get there and you're like, okay, I have my act together. I want to flat rate. Everything's all ready. I don't want any stamps. I don't want any confirmations. This is all I want. And they still go like a goddamn robot through their litany of, do you want stamps? Do you want that? You could tell them anything. They're still going to go. It's almost like they're going out of their way to see how many people they don't serve that day. Instead of knocking stuff out. Yeah, I'm not going there. I'm not going to the postal service. And I'm sure it's the same everywhere else around the world, because there's no competition. Wish Airfix had done Waterline 600. Me too. At least with the option like they did with the USS Forrestal kit. Oh, I didn't know they made a US Forrestal. Why are they making US carriers when they got cool British ones to do? I like British carriers are cool. British carriers are cool. Ark Royal. Wish they'd made an Eagle. That's a useful carrier to have. In a war game, Eagle was an excellent carrier to have because she was in the med a lot. She's got she doesn't have so many planes that it is like really unbalancing in a game. I had a model of the Eagle in 1/2400 scale, and I used it a lot. I used it in a lot of games. Oh, I had a Graf Spee too. I feel like I had another British ship too. What else did they make? Did they make an Achilles? I don't know if I had an Achilles. The ones that were pretty cool, and I actually had I think I had two of them, were the Tamiya made 1/700 waterline. There's lots of other people that made waterline stuff too. Was it a company called Aoshima? Does that sound right? But they made a bunch of Japanese stuff, but I don't give a shit about Japanese ships. Sorry. I like Japanese cars now, but I don't like Japanese ships then. Just don't give a shit about the Pacific. Just doesn't interest me. But yeah, I had a Scharnhorst from Tamiya in 1/700 scale, waterline. And I think I had a Rodney. It was the last original 600 they did in the 70s. Yeah, and everybody's switched to 700. I wonder why. Yeah. I mean, 600 makes sense. It's twice as small as 300, which is Heroics and Ross and all that kind of stuff. Did did Airfix make a Warspite? I don't know if they made a Warspite. They should have. They didn't make one. There's another really useful ship. Ajax Graf Spee started making Ajax Waterline project on back burner. Yeah. Have you seen the guy? It's the Yorkshire Gamer guy. He's doing gaming in 700 scale. Man, you got to compress that game a lot, or you need a football field to play in. I love Brit destroyers, though. I love Brit World War II destroyers. Let me quantify that. So that would be pretty freaking cool to be able to make. I guess it'd be, let's see, my Scharnhorst is about this long, so the British destroyers would be about that long. I'm guessing, something like that. If they made enough different versions of them, that'd be pretty cool. His stuff looks pretty nice. But man, you got to compress that game a lot, or if you're playing that kind of a game, every turn you need to be able to move. Like, let's say you have a battleship that's about this long, you have to at least be able to move its length every turn. If you're moving shorter than that, then it's not gonna feel like the game's moving much. Royal Mail explained that the increase in the rates we pay for the last mile delivery in the U.S. are a result of decisions taken at the UN's Universal Postal Union. This met the U.S. administration's stated objective to increase how much they charge other countries for delivery. But sometimes there's an effect that, like, the increase from Essex isn't much, and then other people, like those 3D printer guys, it's just like cost prohibitive. Oh well, I'm still gonna order their shit if I need it bad enough, you know. The important thing is just make a good product. Because if you don't make a good product, that doesn't really matter how much you paid for it. You overpaid. It's not like, well, this is a piece of shit, but I only paid $4 for it. Well, then you wasted $4, dude. I was just talking about this last night. Went out to dinner and it was a little bit more expensive than we thought it was, but it was a good meal. But I was thinking, it would be worse to go and have a crappy meal and pay only a third of the price, but it was a terrible meal. It's not like you ever want to have a meal that's garbage just because it's cheap, you know? So, but at least since, even before COVID, but really in COVID, things are just like, well, that's just how things are now. And it's just kind of an excuse to be sorry. Excuse to be sorry at your job or, well, that's just how things are now. Or, no vehicles. What do you mean I can't test drive a vehicle? Oh, you got to pre-order it. Well, fuck you. I'm not going to do that. That's not how you do business. You're not going to spend, that's a huge investment to do sight unseen. You've been catching up on his Bismarck build. Oh, for the love of God, Jeffrey, please put that C in there. That drives me up the wall. I figured, oh, it's probably just spelled like the capital of North Dakota. Nope, even the North Dakotans put that C in there. I'm just razzing. Everybody has a pet peeve. Like his painted Javelin. Yeah, Javelin's one of my ships that British destroyers freaking have awesome names. British ships in general have awesome names. Javelin. I like the Javelin, yeah. Yeah, old Mal's camouflage book. I totally would have that if I was into doing ships again. But so Mal supposedly he mentioned that he does all of those on Excel. I don't know how the hell he does it, but I am a fan of Excel because it's kind of like drawing on graph paper. There's things that you can line things up. So I've seen some excerpts of his books, and his books look superb. I'm not doing that stuff right now. That's all we used to do. All we used to do was World War II naval. That's really talk about things that are my first love. That's really my first love is World War II naval stuff. That's what I really got into, and it was all because of that coffee table book that my dad bought in the early '80s. That really captivated me as a young person. And then I found that you could war game that stuff. Oh, sign me up. And I love all the North Atlantic and the Arctic and the Med, especially the Med. Some UK retailers will use couriers with an operation in the US which will be cheaper than using Royal Mail and USPS combined. Well, the important thing is that they tell you, which everybody does, how much it's going to cost, so you can make your own decision whether to do it or not. It's just a shame that that's the case. Well, somewhere out there, there's somebody in the UK that's bitching about how much it costs them to get stuff from GHQ. But it seems like everything that I want is from the UK. But you know, UK is that is where this ridiculous hobby started. That is the start of this ridiculous hobby that we all love so much. And shipping is really the expensive part, not the exchange rate. You know, the exchange rate is what it is. It's always been it's not that bad, you know. You're actually paying for something instead of shipping that nobody wants to pay for. I work in shipping, so I get it. Nobody wants to pay freight for anything. All right, I think that's enough on that one of things that need to pop on their own. Started naval wargaming in 1979 with 3000 Davco. Oh, I've seen those. The Navwar ones are a lot better than the Davcos, right? I knew somebody that had Davco stuff, and it was just not very good at all. And now in the process of moving to 6,000, everything but convoy actions. I would do 6,000 again as well. Absolutely. Because the game is more in scale. The miniatures are more in scale with the game. If I had to do it again, I'd do 6,000. Definitely. Especially how much the 2,400 stuff costs now. Way too expensive. I sold all mine and made a profit because the prices went up. I sold them because I didn't like how they looked. I wasn't going to repaint them all, so. Do not regret that decision. Navwar, isn't that the guy that you can't order on the internet? You gotta like won't use credit card or PayPal or nothing. You gotta like fax something. I have no idea how much it costs to fax something to the UK. I don't want to know. I guess you could fax to the computer, right? And that would be free. I don't know. I don't like paying for phone calls. That just seems like, you know, going back in the dark ages. There was a guy that the first time I went to Historicon, there was a guy that sold museum miniatures. He was out of Pennsylvania. He sold museum figures by the each. Well, that speaks to me because I want, you know, a variety of different figures. You know, for my projects, I don't necessarily want 8 of the same pose. But he only took cash. He wouldn't take credit cards or PayPal. You could pay with a check, but you know, I haven't written a check since about 1987, and don't plan on writing another one. I'm kidding, but you know, I don't use checks. Last time I tried to use it, I had to remember how to do it because it had been that long. But he gave me his card. He said, "Hey, if you ever want a mail order, this is what you got to do." I said, "Well, okay. So can I order online?" No, it was like 2006, so there was online ordering back then, and you can't use a credit card. And the thing about a credit card is the vendor gets the vendor gets their or credit card, debit card, either one. They get the money immediately, so they can start working on dispatching the order to you. There's no point in like waiting for it to get through the mail, and they don't pick up the mail for 3 days. It takes you a couple days to be able to mail something out, and then the travel time for the mail to get to the vendor, and then the vendor who knows that they check their mail every day. You know, you're adding a couple of weeks to the process that's just wasted. You know, and you could pay with a check, you could snail mail it, or you could pay cash, and that was it. And he went to one other Historicon, and then he was out of business. And I don't understand. I mean, at that time, you could PayPal me money. You know, I don't understand why you didn't take PayPal. So they charge a fee. That's fine. So mark your stuff up. They charge a 10% fee, so mark your things up 17%. You make a 7% profit on it, and you make it easier for people to spend their money. As a consumer, you need to make it easy for people to just treat it like a casino. You need to make it easy for people to take their money away from them and give it to you. But you're actually giving them something in return instead of a casino, you know? That's just, you're just robbing them blind. But you need to make it easy for people to spend their money on you so that they will. If you make it difficult, a lot of people are just going to be like, don't need to go through all that hassle. Not when we're used to, at this point, of not going through a hassle to spend money and do things like that, you know? But the main thing is I as a consumer I can't get the product at the storefront, so I want to get it as close timeline-wise as that. So get them immediately so they can dispatch the order the next day, or at least start working on them, you know? Well, this guy didn't get it. You can run your business however you want, but I'm just telling you as a consumer, you could pay, at the time, you could pay me directly. And I'd already sold stuff on eBay, and I'm like you're smart enough to like do all the tax implications, which is the part that I would think that would be overwhelming for a business, but you don't know how to make it easy for the consumers to spend money at you, you know? Whatever, you know? So I ended up making that purchase on the internet. What was it? December 12th? It was even before December 12th, I think. Anyways, and still haven't received anything from them. Still haven't gotten an email confirming that they got the order. Still haven't gotten an email confirming that they got the nastygram telling them that we were going to report to the credit card company because they didn't ship anything to us. Maybe everybody there died. I don't know. It just doesn't make any sense, you know. But make sure you guys don't buy from a place online called Military Model Depot, because there's no one there. The rapture happened and they took only them, because there's no response from anyone that worked for that company. I don't think that they're being nefarious. If they were being nefarious, they would have responded to something else. I think something happened to them. Because if you had a business and you didn't respond to somebody, last thing you want to do is let's say you don't want to have a repeat customer, okay? Which is kind of silly, but you don't want to deal with fighting credit card companies and getting their money back and stuff like that. That's got to be a pain in the butt, you know, as a retailer. It's a lot easier just to answer people's emails, you know. So I think the company folded and their website's still in operation or something like that. You know, nothing else makes sense to me, but I could be wrong. Well, we're just going to the next con just to see what grabs me. Hang on, I'm not going to run anything. No DBA battle reports. That's probably the biggest reason for me not to play DBA, is I just feel like I have to report on what happened. And it's just too taxing. And I can't walk away from it. I can't just like play the game but then not report it, because I want to take pictures of what I'm doing. And then, somebody asks and I can't tell people, go F yourself. I didn't write that, so it's like, you just walk away from it. It's just easier to walk away from it. And I got nothing against the set of rules. I got nothing against the author. I think he's, I think Phil Barker's genius. I'm just done with it. Convoy actions. You mean like with submarines? U-boat stuff didn't interest me too much. They're always waterline. They're not. They're never. U-boats are never waterline. They're. If you see them, they're completely out of the water. All right, I think we're going to call this one a done. I appreciate you guys coming by and checking out the stuff that we did this morning. It's been over 4 hours, and I appreciate your company. And we'll see you guys on the next one. Bye-bye.